And we're not throwing that away because it's election season. Certainly not. So we have a very packed show coming up for you right here on GHOne television. Once again, I'm Serwaa Amihere. This is GH Today. You're welcome. Right, and you're welcome back to the show. This is GH Today here on GHOne television. We're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on X, and we're streaming on YouTube. Please join us. I want to hear from you because I want today's show to be as interactive as possible. Let's begin our show with our quote of the day. Today's quote of the day is by Herman Melville, and it reads, "It is better to fail in originality than to succeed in imitation." It is better to fail in originality than to succeed in imitation. And so please, whatever it is, be yourself. Be original. Don't try to imitate and be like other people. Be your true self at all times. That is our quote of the day for you today. And now let's bring you our video of the day. It's always the favorite part for me of the show. And this is to let us all know that we're one Ghana, we're one people. Please, enough with the violence. That's not the kind of people that we are, especially when both sides of the two main political parties have spoken. The president-elect has spoken. Party executives have spoken. There is absolutely no need for any kind of violence. And stay tuned, because very shortly we will be taking you to the police training center where some coalition is ongoing. Well, that for Suhum is expected to be announced any moment from now, and so we will bring you that very shortly when my colleague Obed Kingaglu joins us live from there. Right, this is GH Today, and I'm joined by Dennis Miracles Abaji. Today we're reviewing election 2024 and its outcome, especially what happened to the NPP. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hard Talk. Dennis Miracles Abaji is campaign spokesperson for Dr. Bawumia's campaign for 2024 elections, and he joins us this morning. It's safe to say that he hasn't spoken anywhere since the NPP lost the elections, and so he's giving us an exclusive interview. Dennis, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us. How have you been? How have the last couple of days been for you?
It's been tough.
How tough?
I mean, when you go into such a venture with very high expectations and you're not successful at it, it beats you. And you know, they say when the rain beats you, you should say it beats you. You know, you shouldn't say it showered. You know, the rain really beats us. And so it's been a very tough moment of reflection and trying to really figure out exactly what went wrong. Because we thought that even if you're going to lose, not with this margin.
Right.
So at this 1.6 million.
Over.
I mean, how?
But at what point did you know that it was over?
I think somewhere around 3 a.m. Yeah. So, you know, we have a very robust internal coalition system. We have one of the best coalition systems you can find in the world. And so we got to know around 3 a.m.
So what was the point of that press conference that you had?
It was before then.
That was before then?
Yeah, it was before then. You know, the coalition is a process. So if, I think that press conference was around 12, a little over 12 a.m. That was the time when we've done just about 60%. So you could not necessarily lose your guard. And remember, that press conference was after the NDC had gone out to call their members to invade the coalition centers. If you recall, the NDC had just then called on their members to invade the coalition centers, and that was dangerous. It was dangerous because it was at a time when our internal coalitions had done just about 60%, and we're clearly, you know, still in contention for the elections. And so it was important to ensure that our members also do not go to sleep. You know? And of course, and I can tell you that even beyond that press conference, we still suffered for that, you know, call by the NDC, you know, in some areas. I mean, in some places, the NDC membership actually met the MPP agent on the road, took pink sheet from them, tore them apart.
What areas are these?
Oh, Fantiakwa North.
You have evidence?
Yes. Okay. You know, tore them apart. A lot of the pieces have even come out to even come in Akwetia and all of that. I mean, most of the recollations we are doing was as a result of that call. You know, because a lot of the recollations we are doing, even as at this morning, are places where the NDC invaded the coalition center, and there was so much chaos. So yes, it was rightly in order, because as at 12 a.m., just about 60-65% of the coalition had been done, and then you have your competitor calling on all his members to go into the coalition. So I thought that was quite reckless and unnecessary at the time.
Okay, we will come to the coalition and what's happening, you know, with some people massing up at the coalition centers. But, you know, as it stands, Dennis, we are yet to see the collated results from the NPP. Yeah. Does that mean that you only bring out your results when you win?
Of course. I mean, if you don't win, what's the point? You know, if you're done with your coalition and you have lost. And you have come out to concede that you have lost. You know, what's the point? And don't forget, the flag bearer, I think around 3 a.m., when we got to know that we had lost the elections, was willing to consider, and he was willing to do that on basically based on one reason. You see, at the constituency and polling station levels, you have the NDC and the MPP members hustling it out, everybody hoping to win the elections. Now you sit at the center, you put everything together, and you realize that your opponent has won. If you don't concede to ease the tension, all you are doing is that you're allowing people to be fighting for, let's say, a lost cause or an already won cause. And that's why that gesture from Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is one that we should never forget. Because all he did was to quickly draw your attention as an MPP person that, listen, don't go and fight. You understand?
Because we've lost.
Because you are not fighting for anything. Because we've lost. And if you've lost, I mean, what's the point with the data?
Now, let's delve into the elections proper. I mean, I had a number of interactions with you, even here on the show before the elections. Would you say that you did enough for victory?
No, from the campaign perspective, I'd say that, I mean, clearly, we cannot make excuses. The party people expect you to lead them into victory. And if we are unable to achieve that, clearly we've let them down. Clearly, we couldn't do what it is that they expect us to do. And I think we have to own up. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are owning up and saying that we could have done better, we could have done more.
When you say you could have done better, what do you mean?
You don't get it. Once you didn't get the numbers out, it means that you still had more to do.
Like?
You
because
have close
I
to
recall
over 2
speaking
million.
with you, and you said that you were so sure that you were breaking the 8. You had done enough. You had done all your works. You had gone to, your flag bearer had gone to all 276.
Constituency. So
what else was there to do?
The voters probably thought that we should do more. And that's what we are going to be sitting down in the next few weeks to really look at and figure out that we did this, we did that, we're so sure. What else was left?
Did the outcome of the results come to you as a shock?
Big shock. Big shock. I mean, you could expect to lose, but not by that margin. Not by that margin. And I can tell you that even as we sit here this morning, I'm sure there are a lot of people who didn't turn out to vote and are asking themselves why. Why didn't we go? Why didn't we just spend an hour to go and express our opinion? You know, I mean...
Which would have been worse for you as the NPP, that people came out to vote but voted against you?
Exactly. I would have been okay if people came out to vote and voted against us. Then you would know that the people really didn't want you. But it's more painful when you know that people could have come out to vote.
Okay.
And the outcome could have been different. And they didn't do it. You know. But again, that responsibility is on us. Getting out the vote is also part of the campaign. You understand? It's also a responsibility that the party has placed on us to lead and drive them to achieve. And so we need to improve on that. We need to do better at that. We need to be able to have a system that after the campaigning, all the hard work Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has put in. I doubt if there is any candidate we've seen in recent history that has put in so much work, so much effort than the flag bearer. It behoves on us, the rest of the team, to help him and get the vote out. And
so you failed him?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you admit?
Yes.
That?
I accept that. I accept that wholeheartedly.
That?
Because our job is to get the people...
When you say our, who? Who and who?
I mean, I as a campaign spokesperson, I mean, it's not difficult for me to say that from my perspective, I could have done better. We could have done more. We could have put in a lot more effort. Our responsibility is to back the flag bearer up. After all the work he has done, I mean, unarguably, basically canvassed for votes everywhere. It's our job to now encourage people, give people very good reasons to step out, you know, and vote for him. So you can't run away from that. You cannot run away from that. I mean, if we had won these elections, I'm sure by now I'll be wearing white here. And when I enter there, you'll be pouring powder on me. So if we lose, why shouldn't I take responsibility? We take full responsibility for that.
Okay. I mean, you say that the results of the election came to you as a big shock. But I wonder why you're surprised, because the polls, many of them said exactly so. For example, Musa Dankwa's poll said that predicted correctly the percentage that Dr. Bawumia was going to get and said the NPP was going to lose.
People
you ignored it.
No, I didn't. People stake lotos. I mean, I still insist that Musa Dankwa is a lotto forecaster. He does extrapolations.
After everything?
Yeah, but why? Today, people
but his prediction has been correct.
Congratulations to him. It doesn't change anything. Those who cast lotos, don't they win? The lotto forecasters, don't they win some and lose some?
Maybe if you had taken him seriously.
Well, I mean, I always insisted, and I'm sure you recall, that I said that we take the polls, all of it, and the issues, and look at the issues. You get it? So all of a sudden, because his predictions have come to pass, it doesn't take away the fact that he's biased. It doesn't. His commentary, his utterances clearly shows that he's biased, against that. But the predictions have come to pass. Lotto forecasters get their predictions coming to pass. NLA is always paying out, for lotto winners. It doesn't mean that they are not lotto forecasters. That is what they are. But beyond that, I think that we need to, in the next few days or weeks, spend time to really go into the details and understand why, for example, a stronghold that naturally will go and vote for you decides that I will just not go out and vote for you. It's a very, very, very complex situation. So the person didn't go out to go and vote against you, but you need to find out why the person chose not to go and vote at all. And I remember prior to the elections, I used to say that if you don't go out to vote, you have basically voted for the opponent. And that's exactly what has gone to.
I would let us come and talk about the votes and this belief that people didn't come out to vote. But let's stay a bit longer on Musa Dankwa. Maybe my final question on him. There are many who say that the NPP, for instance, should apologize to him because he predicted correctly. You didn't take him serious. You ignored him, and now his predictions have come.
I think what we'll do is to congratulate him, but not to apologize for it. You understand? So you congratulate him. That is in order. So you congratulate him for predicting right.
Okay.
And I think that is in order. But what are you apologizing for?
Okay. Dennis, I mean, now let's look at the results again. You were beaten with over 1.6 million votes.
That's huge, yeah.
Very huge. I mean, I remember in 2016, after the 2016 elections, communicators from your party made a lot of noise, quote and unquote, about beating John Dramani Mahama with close to 1 million votes.
Yeah.
This is way more than that.
Yeah.
Honestly, because you have sat here and have said that admittedly you failed and you could have done better. What do you think really went wrong? Take out the fact that people didn't really go out to vote, but what made them decide not to vote for the NPP? I
think that with time in the next few days, we'll be able to properly, understand that. But easy to pick clearly is that people really were not happy with some of the things that the government may have done.
Like?
I mean, you have people still having not forgiving the government on some of the economic challenges and difficulties, which is major, and cost of living, which is major, so these things I believe played a very huge part.
But these are things that you didn't admit or address when you were campaigning.
That's not true.
Did you admit
did.
that times were very difficult for people?
Yes, so it's reflected in everything that we did, even in our manifesto. You realize that our manifesto was almost about 70% to 80% heavy on the economy, job creation and cost of living. So we did.
But Dennis, if you were not a politician, how do you convince someone to vote for you when you have been part of the problem as they believe?
So that's why they voted against us.
Did you not anticipate it?
That's why I keep saying that you go into the contest anticipating both a win and a loss.
No, but I don't think that you personally anticipated a loss because you were very confident. Your flag bearer was very confident. I spoke with quite a number of executives of your party. They were all very confident.
Because we believed that, and which we still believe, that at every point in time in a country's life, the challenges are different. and you go into an election looking for a leader who has solutions or who is professing programs and policies to confront these challenges. And I still think very, very convincingly that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has one of the best policies that could deal with the prevailing challenges than our alternative. And that's why it still gives us that confidence that he would have done a much more better job taking this country into the future. But clearly the people think otherwise. And it's the people's choice and the people's decision. And I think we should respect that.
Okay, now there are some comments coming on social media. If you look on the screen there, you see it. We'll get into that later. But we're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on X, we're streaming on YouTube. If you have any questions at all for Dennis, let us have it. But Dennis, still on why you lost. I mean, I'm sure that you have been reading comments on social media, and not just social media, even CSOs and whatnot have been talking about the outcome of the elections. And they say that President Akufo-Addo is the reason why you lost the election. Do you agree?
I don't have anything to really back that. I think President Akufo-Addo is the leader of our government. If people voted as a result of some government policies and programs, it's a collective responsibility. For him as a leader, I also don't think that if that is said to him, he would run away from that. But I think that as a member of the government, and any other person as a member of the government takes responsibility for whatever the government we have done right, wrong, or otherwise. Singling President Akufo-Addo out, well, it depends on how you are looking at it. But I think it's the government that the people have voted against. And in all fairness, we should put it as such. He may be the leader, he is the leader, but he is not the only person running the government. He has help from all of us, helping to run the government.
But Dennis, one of the things that Ghanaians complain about is that the NPP never takes responsibility for their wrongs, because I mean, so many people, I'm sure that once again you have seen it, that these things that you talk about, the economic conditions, the cost of living, these are all things pretended over by President Akufo-Addo. Maybe if he had admittedly said that these things are my fault, maybe Dr. Bawumia wasn't the one behind them. Just maybe Ghanaians would have given you an opportunity.
You know the way when you lose, you go into a competition and you lose. Then a lot of convenient arguments, to make everything sound rational.
So you still don't believe President Akufo-Addo is the reason why you lost?
You remember when President Akufo-Addo said that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is given a specific responsibility. You remember? And that he tasked him to play a specific role, which included the digitalization and all those things and all of that. And that he, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is responsible for running the state of affairs and is responsible for decision making in the government. You remember how people came at him and said, hey, you're trying to shield and protect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So what you're asking for, he's done it. He did it. President Akufo-Addo, President Akufo-Addo actually said this. Everybody watching is aware that
he's the ultimate.
No, he said that he's the ultimate.
But that's different. He says that he's the ultimate. It's not the same as saying he's the cause of the problem.
No, you made a point. You made a point about how if he had taken responsibility.
But has he?
No, but if he had taken responsibility, people would have realized that Bawumia isn't the one who was the leader and that it was Nana Akufo-Addo. I'm saying that he did. Nana Akufo-Addo actually said it, that he is the president and that he has ultimate responsibility for decision making in government and not the vice president. And that was when people said that he was trying to shield him. I'm only saying that it's a government loss. We are all part of the government. We all helped Nana Akufo-Addo one way. I was an MCE. I'm sure actions and inactions as MCE could have contributed to certain outcomes or certain performance of the government. Same as all other persons, all other appointees of government. And I don't think it's fair or it would be fair for anybody, especially for those of us who are part of government, to single out the leader and say that the leader is responsible for anything. Don't forget, the leader is the president. The leader has people he's working with. There are things happening in the economic sector. There are things happening in the health sector, education, agric. These are people who are working to help him. So if you wake up one morning and there's an issue in education, and then the president has somebody helping him to work on education, you don't necessarily single him out and place it on him. I will not do that. I am part of government. I think that the bad, the good, and the ugly is a government responsibility. We are in this together. The people clearly have voted against us because they believe that the alternative is better than what it is that we proposed or what it is that we did. We take that responsibility without any reservation or conditions or trying to shift blames on people and what have you. I don't think that is even right.
Looking back, as a member of this government, are there things that you would have wished the government never did?
I'm sure would have time to look.
I'm sure that you have had some reflections on, in this last couple of days, Dennis.
So, I would have wished that government had so much money to be able to pay off all NAPCO people who are owed. But if government didn't pay, not because government didn't want to pay, it's because government just didn't have the money at the time to pay. I would have wished that. I wouldn't have wished that in 8 years we would have gone through the 6 weeks of doomsday that we went through, between May and I think somewhere in August. I would have wished that we didn't experience that we had a clean sheet. So there are several things that you would always, and like they say, with the benefit of hindsight, everybody is wiser. With the benefit of hindsight, everybody is wiser. But let's see how it goes. Right now, it's just an election ended. An overwhelming endorsement of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Clearly, the people believe that his alternatives and his programs and policies are better options to deal with the solution, the challenges that we have now. We will support him. We are not going to be a disruptive opposition at all. We are going to be a very progressive one that would give him very constructive input in helping to shape the narratives going into the future. We don't want what happened between 2009 and 2016 to happen again, because we've really worked hard. Today, we are averaging about 7% in terms of the growth of the economy. We wouldn't want a situation where by the time he's done with his 4 years, we are back at 2% or 3%. Because when it happens that way, even if you get to come back into government, it's going to be your headache to fix it. So we are going to support him as much as we can. But I don't think that shifting blames and trying to isolate individuals in the government is a right thing. Everybody may have contributed positively or negatively one way or the other to the fortunes of the government. Speaking of blame games, just to let our viewers know that we're also live on Star 103.5 FM. You can join us there as well. There are many who have said that you, Dennis, your arrogance, quote unquote, is even one of the many contributory factors of the NPP's loss. I don't know if Serwaa, you actually think that I am arrogant. I am not the one saying. No, but what do you think? Answer the question. I don't think I am arrogant. But you have heard it. Of course, from detractors. I'm an Ekuapem boy. I'm a Methodist. I went to a Presby school. I am yet to see a single action of mine, or just one, that espouses arrogance. I have very strong opinions, and I state them when I have to state them without reservation. I know in Ghana there's a very fine line between confidence and arrogance. I'm sure some people may have described you, Serwaa, as arrogant simply because you are assertive and confident. It's quite unfortunate, but we'll work on it if there's anything like that. Ours is to consistently improve and do better than we would always want to do. And again, if we had won, I'm not sure you would have heard these comments. It's only when you lose that these things happen. So when they come up like that, you embrace them. Because once you are out there, you should know what you are getting yourself into. Think about it. There's an election happening on the 7th of December. A young guy, in the heat of everything, you're the one standing in front of the cameras and having to shoulder, all these issues and deal with it. You should expect that when you lose, you're going to be put on the chopping board. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's fair. But deep down within me, anybody that knows me knows that I am far, far away from arrogance. Okay. Let's talk about your parliamentary seats now. As it stands, many people are even confused how many seats the NPP has in parliament now.
Are you able to clear that for us even before we get into the details?
No.
How many seats do you have now?
I even don't know.
Even you don't know?
Yes. Even the EC is yet to be able to come out.
But as it stands, the NDC has over 180 seats in Parliament. No, but that one is confirmed. About over 100, about 180. We know the seats. We cover the elections. Minus what is happening at the police training center.
Okay, I don't know.
They have about 180 seats.
I don't know that.
The NPP at least don't have up to 100.
Okay, I don't know that. I mean, I'm sure in the next few days, EC will come out with that.
Okay, well, you said that, I mean, you were MC for Equiapim North. For a seat like Equiapim South, Dennis, what happened? What could have gone wrong?
It's shocking. So that's why I have told you that we are really going to spend time to understand what went on in these elections. Because, I mean, my next door, Ebri, how? It's unbelievable. But that's the reality now. And so once we take our time to look at them and discuss these issues and go through them, we'll be able to understand these things. And then we are going to get back stronger. That's what we always do. The MPP is going to regroup, reorganize, and get back stronger. But for now, I think we should allow people to vent. We should allow people to express their feelings, you know. So that's why for instance, when people come at me at this point, I don't say anything. Because, I mean, this is me that as at 6 December, I went, good job, you've lost. Everybody's coming at you. You should accept it and embrace it. Because nobody asks you to take up that responsibility. And it's all part of leadership. So let's allow people to vent. Let's allow people to grieve. Let's allow people to express themselves. And for us as leaders, we need to absorb all of that. Bring all of that into the bowl, analyze it, decipher it, filter the issues, and then we'll be able to see exactly what transpired and use that to build onto the future for the good of the party and our country. But Ebri is shocking. I mean, not just Ebri. We basically had to fight for our lives for Suhum. We had to fight for our lives for Fantiakwa North. It's a complete shock, you know. But in 2016, if you recall, after we won the election by 1 million, it was historic, right? And nobody could have imagined that somebody would win an election by 1 million. And we spoke about it for 8 years. In fact, 4 years until we came to 500,000. Today we are at 1.6 million. No worries. We'll get back, and we'll get back stronger than we have even done in the past.
Okay. Well, there are some positive comments for you as well, and I'm sure that you have read that there are many who say that you are a role model to many people. But let's still stay on the parliamentary seats. I mean, you and many other NPP supporters believe that people just didn't come out to vote for you. But then there are people, for the seats that you won at the parliamentary level, there are people who went out to vote.
The numbers are still low. So if you look at it, you realize that it's the same. The numbers, it's just a numbers game, and it's even reflecting in the same parliamentary results. Because if you are losing in Sunyani West, if you are losing in Ebri, and you realize that the numbers are low, so still it's the same principle.
But you have won in other places as well.
Yeah, but you are losing in strongholds that you should have won easily, and the numbers are low, even for the parliamentary. So it's like having Serwaa, Miracles, Nanaba in an election or as voters. Serwaa and Nanaba will vote MPP. Now let's even use 4 people and William. Okay, so Serwaa, Nanaba, William will vote MPP. Then Miracles will vote NDC. Then all 3 of them decide not to go and vote. Even if Miracles alone votes, NDC will win. You understand what I'm saying? So the turnout is an issue. But for me, that cannot be used as a justification, because the responsibility to get the people to turn out is also part of the campaign. Are you getting the point? So if the people didn't turn out, it's still part of the campaign's inability to get a comprehensive and holistic, job done. And that's why I'm saying that we take full responsibility without reservation. It was our job to get it done. We would analyze and really understand clearly what happened, and then we build on that and come back. I mean, GM has come back from a 1 million loss to 1.6 million lead.
Okay, there's a question here for you. There's a question here for you, Dennis. Someone wants to know whether the NPP underestimated the anger of Ghanaians. Did you?
Well, maybe yes.
Maybe, or you did?
Maybe yes. Maybe
you didn't
yes.
know they were this angry?
No, maybe yes. Maybe, you know, we knew people were going through difficulties and challenges. That is why we tailored a manifesto that was geared towards dealing with those challenges. So the anticipation was that we were making proposals that could deal with some of these issues. So our expectation was that the people would take these proposals and say that this is the way to go, let's move with it. But I didn't know, I mean, maybe we underestimated how much, you know, unhappy they were with some
That's
of the
not a
things.
sign of unhappiness, it's a sign of anger.
Yeah, I mean, anger, unhappiness,
They're two different things.
Frustration. Give us as many as you can. But it is a clear indication that we're not happy with you.
Okay, at the parliamentary level, even though you still make the argument that people didn't come out to vote, there are many who said that, you know, some of your candidates didn't perform. Some of your candidates did next to nothing at that level, and that is why they lost. Because admittedly that yes, people probably didn't come out to vote. I once again say that there are people who went out to vote for others to win. How would you assess the work of your parliamentary candidates and some of your MPs who lost?
So again, 276 parliamentary candidates. Let's be fair. Let's hasten slowly and doing an assessment of everybody. You know, 276 at the same time. Let's hasten slowly. It's easy for us to preliminarily have some indicators for the presidential elections, but at the constituency level, the dynamics are different. I mean, I've heard people who think that the sense of the center was brought upon all our candidates across the country.
Do you agree?
I don't know yet. I haven't really tested that yet, but that could also be true. That could also be true.
Are you simply not failing to admit what is obvious?
I'm trying to be very realistic and measured.
And politically
No, not
correct.
political. You see, at this point, you may be making a lot of commentary on emotions without facts. And you know me, I like to be a bit more factual. So I will.
But
really
Dennis, what other fact do you need than what you just saw in the numbers?
So if you have the turnout low affecting your presidential elections, and that same turnout low affecting your parliamentary, and it's difficult for you to simplify everything and say that they didn't perform. There should be something happening, and I think that it will be one of the reasons, or it could be one of the reasons, but you cannot be making a blanket reason for everybody. So I won't say that they didn't perform. They didn't perform means that like they didn't apply themselves very well to the task, they didn't engage the people very well and all of that. Yes, you would have candidates who didn't do that. I saw a flyer yesterday of some constituencies saying that they are going to even go on a demonstration against their candidates. So you are going to have pockets of issues like that. But to say that every candidate didn't apply themselves well, I think that may be some exaggeration, and I would want to be a bit more slow on that.
Okay, I want us to go back to, you know, the economy, still on the results, because you have admittedly said that many talked about the state of the economy, the cost of living and whatnot. Would you say that on hindsight, looking back, that you really didn't take care of the economy like many people wanted you to when you promised heaven and earth to Ghanaians?
I think when you're having the economic conversation, there are several things involved. I think one aspect of the economic conversation that really will be the driving force for the people's anger, as you like to say it will be the cost of living. And that's something that we admitted. That's something that reflects in Dr. Mahmoud Maumia's conversation. But
in the run-up to the elections, the NPP appeared to be talking only about free senior high school.
But free senior high school, credit scoring, introducing electric vehicles to reduce cost of transportation, introducing 2,000 megawatts of solar into our power generation mix to reduce cost of utilities, introducing the SME bank to support our SME so that they can do more and employ more, introducing the mineral development bank to support our mining areas so that they can have the needed capital to go into mining ventures. Those were all things that we spoke about.
So in your opinion, you dealt with the economy?
No, you're asking about, it's not about dealing with the economy, it's about making propositions to address that very important aspect of the economy challenges, which is the cost of living. And we spoke about it and made proposition about it. My view is that maybe the people didn't see that proposition as a better alternative. Not even maybe, that is basically what it means. As a stronger, way of dealing with the issue. They probably believed a bit more in His Excellency John Mahama's proposition, which is fair. And that's why Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia made a point that we're not going to be disruptive. And with disruptive, for example, the NDC were very disruptive in the last parliament. Delay passage of the necessary bills, almost fight everything that government needed to do, affected the timely implementation of these policies and programs. All these things contribute to the health of the economy. We will not do that. We are not, position ourselves to do that at all. We are going to support them as much as we can and also criticize them where we think it's important to do that.
Okay, now let's look at your candidate. There are many who say that the vote and looking at the margin was Ghanaians telling your party that the candidate wasn't fit for purpose, for the want of a better word, because looking at the results region by region, for instance, in the Greater Accra here where we are, turnout was around 53%. And yet Dr. Bawumia lost by over 500,000 votes. Looking at the diverse and how cosmopolitan the region is, many say this is simply saying that we do not like your candidate.
I disagree. I disagree because, again, the numbers are clearly telling us that the many who would like your candidates didn't just come to the booth to come and cast their vote. That's a fact. So if the many who would take a decision or make us conclusively come to that point had come out to vote, they would have come to that point. I'll give you. So, for example, Greater Accra. In 2020, Greater Accra had a turnout of MPP had a total vote of 1.2 million. 1,253,179. NDC had 1,326,489. And guess what? In 2024, MPP 681,000. Are you following the numbers?
Yeah.
681,000. And then guess what? NDC 1,260,000. NDC numbers are still the same people. Over 50% of the people who turned out in 2020 just didn't turn out in Greater Accra in 2024. So it becomes very difficult for you to come to that conclusion. If they had turned out, okay, if for example the 600,000 votes that the MPP has lost in 2024 have been added to the 1.2 million NDC got, and NDC is now getting 1.8 million, then you would have come to that conclusion.
I have seen on social media as well this argument being made that people, yes, didn't come out to vote. Yes, I know it's data. But, I have also seen comments from some members of your party say that cannot be the only takeout for the party from this election. Because you have been talking about turnout the whole time. When I ask you about the, overwhelming endorsement, or rejection of the economy, let me put it that way, you say maybe yes, maybe no. But you are very confident, yes, that you lost because people didn't come out to vote. But you're not addressing the main reason why people didn't vote for you.
Because we know you'll be able to easily, at this point, come to a few of them, not all. That's why I made a point.
So the few ones that you've identified.
That's what I mean. The turnout is one. The unhappiness with the cost of living is another one. So those are the
And
few. I don't have.
that's
any
the only one that
for
you've
now.
identified
For
so
now,
far?
Yes, for now.
You conceded defeats how many days ago? On the 10th?
Yes.
And
They're not
today's
done. We are still collating. We have been at the
at least
coalition.
at the presidential level.
No, but we've been at the coalition.
At least at the presidential
but we
level.
haven't had time. All of us have still been busy at the coalition center, still collating. Even this morning from here, I'm still going there. So we've been busy. But I'm very sure that we're going to have multiple reasons. You yourself mentioned a few of them. You mentioned the parliamentary candidates. There may be so many. Some may even be miracles. Others could be. So many things will come to play, in all of these. And we're going to look at all of that and make sure that we fix them. So the bottom line is that we are responsible for this loss. And there is no excuse for it. Our mandate is to lead our party and our people to support our candidate to win. Our candidate applied himself extraordinarily well. Our job is to help him for him to get there. We were not entirely successful at that, and we take responsibility for that. We're going to take our time to look at what we could have done better, what was left, what we couldn't do, and then we improve from there.
Okay, speaking of candidates, there are many who also say that your running mates didn't add anything at all, didn't help matters at all. Do you agree?
There is not a single person in our party or in this country that supports the MPP that didn't help at all. But again, like I said, when you lose in a competition, expect all these things to come up. If we had won, nobody would have said that. When you win, the analysis are different. When you win, you remember that press conference he did, that it was a master stroke. Without that one, that is what energized the people and encouraged them. But once you win, look at them, needless, completely unnecessary. It's all fine. That is you need to be ready to embrace these things. If you are a football fan, you follow football a lot. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, when they win and they score hat tricks, you see the way they praise them. But touch wood, let them lose. Kylian Mbappe, see what he's going through today. Everybody that is a football enthusiast knows that Kylian Mbappe is a talented superstar footballer. But in the last few days, when Kylian Mbappe was struggling, see how he was placed on the chopping board. Now he scores in the last two matches. Hey, everybody says, this guy, Jude Bellingham hadn't scored for almost 6-7 matches or so in a row. Now he comes to score 5 goals in the last 3 matches, and all of a sudden everybody has forgotten about it. So as a leader, you must be ready to know that immediately you lost, these things are going to come up. And there are 3-4 categories of people. So one, there are internal people who first of all were not happy about your rule, even though they may have supported you to still do it. But once you lose, it's their moment. You can take it away from them. They need to squeeze you as much as they can to their advantage. One category, be ready for that. There are external people that you competed against. Allow them to troll you. If I had won, you had no idea the trolling I would have put out there against my NDC friends. I would have trolled them for like a month. So if they are trolling you, allow the trolling to happen. In fact, the more you fight, the more painful it becomes. So allow the trolling to go on. That is what competition is all about. Then you have the so-called neutrals who during your contest, when they are attacking you during contest, it's even more painful because you don't know how to define them. They are not your competition. They are not part in the ring with you.
Who are these neutrals?
Oh, there are plenty of the so-called neutrals.
Who?
Franklin Kujo, they are the so-called neutrals. Now, if they have won and they are trolling you, allow them to troll you. You can't do anything about it. In fact, allow him to dissect you, open you up as much as he can. Because don't forget, when he was attacking you, you didn't let him go free. So allow him to dissect you, open you up, do whatever he has to do to you. But that is not the defining moment. The real defining point here is how you put all of these things together and really do a proper introspection and analysis of it and come out stronger. For me, that is what is most important. But hearing all these things, and it is because you lost. And indeed, you lost. And you lost because whatever strategy you may have deployed, it didn't work. When we won in 2016, nobody came to do all of these analysis. When we won in 2020, nobody came to do this analysis. You understand? But you have lost. And when you lose, accept it. And allow people to throw you. You can't lose and come and tell me not to throw you. Or come and define. So me, I see taxi. Every day since we lost these elections, I receive close to 5,000 different tags on Twitter and on Facebook. You know, people playing back your videos, playing back your voice, sharing pictures, people zooming into your images and making memes of it. I would have done worse. Trust me, I would have done worse. So allow all of those things to happen. You can't come and define to people how they should throw you.
All right, let's come back to the results. There are many who say that you lost because you were not able to rig this year's election.
You can't rig an election in Ghana. You can't. I have always insisted. You cannot rig. The NDC haven't won.
But you have heard these allegations, especially in the Ashanti region.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the NDC haven't won the election because they rigged. They didn't rig.
But I mean, this election's results is evident for all of us to see.
But the 2016 wasn't evident?
It was evident for us to see.
2020 wasn't evident?
And, you know, following this year's results, there are some NDC supporters who have said that they insist that in 2020 they didn't lose and that the elections were rigged, especially from the Ashanti region.
Because then there was a high turnout. Is that the case?
They argue that this year, they were more vigilant. You saw them talk about their party agents and supporters activating body cameras and being very on the ground. Their supporters being very visible at collation centers. And so you were not able to have your way.
You saw GHOne beat Barcelona 3-1. GHOne. They beat, and you know what?
I don't know why you keep comparing the elections
because
to
competition.
football.
Because I'm just bringing out how the psychology of competition works. That's all.
But these allegations of rigging.
No, the psychology of competition. So when you win, you tout yourself that everything you did worked, and rightly so, it worked. It worked. So you're saying that in 2016, 2020, MPP won because we rigged.
I am not saying that.
No, those people. Is that the case?
Those are the allegations.
We won 2000 elections. 2004 elections, 2016 elections, 2020 elections, 4 elections. The NDC have won 4 before this. So the 4 that we won, we rigged all the 4. And then the 5 that they won, they didn't rig. How are you even going to rig an election in Ghana? When you try to rig an election,
boxes have been intercepted at different places.
That is what will happen. Like we are going through recollation. You see, there are systems and laws in our electoral
processes. We have seen many attempts to swap ballot boxes, bring in ballot boxes. They are being intercepted.
Attempts. So, for example, we've done a recollation for Frontier or not. NDC said they had won. We have won now because you have your evidence. You go home with your pink sheets. Serwaa. You go home with your pink sheets. You come to the collation center with the evidence of what happened at the polling station. So if somebody rigs an election in Ghana, how is it rigging it? I hear people say, they are going to hack into the EC system. Which EC system? Our collation system. Which EC system are we using for anybody to hack into it? It is at the polling station. You fill your pink sheet. You hold onto your pink sheets. Everybody at the polling station hears and goes home to know who has won at the polling station. You take your copy to the collation center. It is put together and added. So how is the rigging? And are you telling me that it's the Ashanti region, as for them, there's a rigging machine? That is what it is. Why the Ashanti? Why are they targeting Ashanti? Why do you think that the Ashanti region is the only place that if there is a rigging that it happens? And so in 2028, if the NDC loses the elections, it will be because the MPP rigged. Is that the case? I think that we need to applaud ourselves as a country for how far we have come in our democracy.
All right, let's stay in the Ashanti region.
No, Serwaa, please. Let's applaud ourselves.
Okay. And
give ourselves some credits than trying to make excuses that even sometimes causes dent on our image as a country. I don't think any country has a perfect electoral system.
All right.
And I don't think Ghana has either. But I really think that we are one of the most robust electoral systems you can find anywhere in the world, comparable to any first world democracy that you can think of.
Okay. In the Ashanti region, since we are staying on that region, I have been there to conduct a couple of interviews, gone to a few constituencies. One of the seats that shocks many people is Asante Achim North. And Andy will be joining us on the show very shortly, though, to explain to us what exactly went wrong. But for seats like that, and the few other seats, about the 8 other seats that the NPP lost, even when we went there as a team, there were many complaints that for the region being a stronghold of the NPP, it has been ignored. There were many projects that were started that weren't completed. In fact, some of the projects that were seen in other parts of the country weren't seen in the Ashanti region. Would you agree that is what also contributed to what you highly believe that is the low voter turnout?
I agree completely with them. I agree. I think that we should have done more for them. I think that they deserve more. I think that they have shown so much loyalty that we should have paid more attention to them than we did. I agree with them completely, and they basically expressed that sentiments through the ballot. They've expressed it through the ballot, and they are right. They're absolutely right. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, there's another question here for you. Someone wants to know that you keep talking about low voter turnout, but what is the guarantee that if people had come out to vote, they would vote for the NPP?
We don't know that, but at least if they had come out to vote against us, would have settled.
You'd have been happier with that one?
No, you would have settled that debate in your head.
Okay. All right, so what's next for your flag bearer?
Reflect, reorganize, and bounce back.
Will the NPP maintain him in 2028?
I don't even know if he is going to put himself up again.
But he has been meeting with people, party members, party officials, executives, of which many people have questioned the basis for that. And he has made certain statements that we will reorganize 2028 and bounce back better.
So number one,
isn't that an indication that he intends to go again in 2028?
No, I'm sure when he's ready, he would make that known. He hasn't told me that yet, but I'm sure I'm very confident that when he's ready, he will make that known. And I'm also quite confident that the party people are ready to take him if he makes himself available. And there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about his capacity. There's no doubt about his capability. And if he makes himself available today or tomorrow, all of us would rally behind him and support him to do that. But that decision is his. We are only waiting for him to make that decision, and we'll all support him to get there. The point also is that he's home and he's receiving visitors from party people across the country. It's something that we always do in our party. I mean, why not? You lead us into such a fierce contest. You are hailed as having really led the party and led it very well. There's no debate about how much work he did, to move the party. You remember where we were in 2022 as a party? In 2022, as at November, everybody said the NDC was going to get 70%. In fact, that was the time when people were even asking what kind of campaign message we're going to take out. So he really, really energized this party and led this party to the satisfaction of the party people. And so if we've lost, look at the statesmanly manner in which he came out to concede, the timeliness of that concession, the message that he put out. I think if the party people are thronging to his residence to go and congratulate him and encourage him and tell him that he's done his best, I think it's in order. He deserves it. He's earned that without any doubt.
Let's stay on your candidates and his concession speech. There are many people in your party even who say that concession was too early, and that's destabilized a lot of the party base, and that is a reflection of what you're seeing at the parliamentary level with the coalition and whatnot. Do you agree?
If that is the case, then why should it be? So we've gone through an election. There are 2 elections on the day. Parliamentary election is supposed to be declared at the constituency level. We have pink sheet, we have polling stations, we come to coalition, we add figures, and then we announce. Now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had to do what he did because we needed to ease the tension. Why should people fight when it's already a lost or a won cause? You understand the point? And that, for me, is where the focus should be.
So that maybe he should have waited a little bit more?
So that after the NDC had called their members to throng the coalition center, and they were already causing mayhem and intercepting ballots, pink sheets of the MPP on the road and beating people up, it continues. So that it continues. How is the concession of the presidential candidates connected in any way with the result that is supposed to be collated as whom, which everybody has a pink sheet? Why should that happen? Why should the NDC say that because your presidential candidate has conceded, even though you have won, I'm taking it from you? Why? Why are you not talking about that? Why are we not raising that? Don't forget that we're all political parties. We can all do these things. Everybody can do it. Nobody has a license to do that. Remember, we've won elections from opposition before. So it's not as if the NDC is in power and we cannot win an election. We'll win it again. But the point is that a way we would want everybody to go so that we can win? Who does it serve? Who benefits from that? The chaos. The police have just issued a statement about some reverend fathers who have been beaten because the NDC met them on the way and said that they were trying to steal a bulldozer. Who steals a bulldozer? See the way they've broken into warehouses in Bogatanga, in Tamale. See the way they went to Techiman police station. You've seen the videos. Throwing stones at the police station. The police are standing there helpless. They've burnt GHOne Electoral Commission. They've burnt Damongo Electoral Commission. They've destroyed properties on the street. What has a concession speech? Somebody says, I'm in competition with you. I have lost. Why do you go on rampage after the person says, I have lost? What's the connection? What would have happened if the person had not conceded? We'll be in a civil war. Because if with the concession we are going through this, then I'm sure we'll be in a civil war if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had not conceded. I think we need to speak up to these things. And if what even beats my mind is that you are the one forming government. Why are you creating instability for your own country that you are coming to govern? Why? I'm still trying to figure it out. That you have won. You are coming to build a government to run the state. You're causing havoc.
But it's not Dr. John Dramani Mahama who is causing the havoc. He has set and called his people to order. Your party is in power. You're still in government. You should be able to stop these things from happening. The counter arguments that the members of the NDC make is that in 2016 when you lost, you did similar things. You invaded. Sorry?
You mean when we won?
When you won, yes. You invaded people's offices, tried to take them out of the offices, seize their cars and whatnot. And now you're being served with your own medicine and you're complaining.
Let's take the medicine and wait for another cycle.
So you will do the same thing.
But that's the point you are making.
They say that you don't have the moral right to complain.
Okay.
Do you admit? I mean, we condemn it today, and we condemned it then.
Let's take the dose.
But maybe you should openly admit that yes, in 2016 you also did the same things.
Who did?
You not. I mean, when I say you, I don't mean you as an individual.
And in 2016,
there were MPP members who vandalized property, who took over people's property.
Let's stop it. If it was done in the past, stop. Let's stop it. That's all I'm saying. Don't let us do it. And let's start now. Because you see, there are...
When it was your time, it was okay.
No, who said it was okay at that time?
I mean, we saw an interview with the then chairman of your party, Freddie Blay, who said that these, for the want of a better word, hooligans or, party supporters were protecting state property.
It was wrong. So let's stop it. It doesn't serve anybody. And you know, when it happens this way, you have people getting involved, people who may not even be related to all the politics, getting involved and doing things in the name of the politics. And that's why I think that as we condemn these things, we should even bring, is that what we are going to do for the next 4 years? Then we are in trouble. Is that what we are going to do for the next 4 years? Oh, okay. They did it. That's what we are going to experience in the next 4 years.
You believe that?
But if you are starting from day one on that score, then that's what we are going to experience in the next 4 years. Then God help us. So I think that How many policemen do we have in Ghana? We had 40,000 polling stations. We have policemen who were deployed without weapons. And we are saying that the police should do what? They should be the one foiling thousands and hundreds of young men who are on rampage. You saw the Techiman South, the Techiman police station. The police were standing there. And the guys were destroying the police station. Let's call them out strongly. Because when you call the person out and then you still try to make excuses that, oh, you also did it in 2016. What you are doing is that you are basically emboldening him without telling him that he should go on to do what he's doing. It's like biting and blowing, cold air on it. So you bite the person and then you blow cold air on it. So let's call a person out. Stop it. Okay. It doesn't serve any purpose.
Well, we have done that already.
Do it again.
We've been doing it since it started. You don't tell me what to do on my show. I have done it. I have condemned it. But I'm telling you that in 2016, you guys also did it.
I am doing it. I'm condemning the 2016 one.
Well, we have condemned.
But we have done it again.
I've been condemning it
but
since
you just
it started.
told me to do it in the past. Do it again too.
That it is wrong. Yes. I have said it even from the beginning of this show today that I am condemning the act of violence.
Thank you.
And it should not be happening.
Thank you, sir.
It should not be happening. And I have also said on the show that, you see, when these things happen, just as you have said, people may think it is NDC supporters, but they are real criminals who infiltrate the system and take advantage of what is happening. So yes, I have condemned it. But Dennis, the transition quickly, and you're watching GH today. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM. We are live on X. We are live on YouTube, and we're live on Facebook. We've been talking with the campaign spokesperson for the NPP's 2024 campaign, Dennis Abaji. Before we go, very shortly, the transition team of the NDC have raised certain concerns that there are some last-minute appointments and recruitment letters that are being given to people. Is that the case?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that.
You are appointing someone today on the 13th, 12th of December?
The government ends on the 6th of January.
You want people to work for less than a month?
I'm saying that the government ends...
You're hoping that they are maintained?
No, we don't hope. The government, today, you are calling on the government to get the police to work. Why? Why is the NDC not the ones calling on police to work? It's because there's a government in play. And I'm even surprised that my brother Felix was the one who was even saying this. Felix's video is out there.
But in 2016, your party released a statement asking these things to stop.
And Felix.
Today you are saying there's nothing wrong with it?
And Felix, in 2016, came and told us that the Atena ends 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 7 January.
So you are giving back to them what they did to you?
No, I agree with him. Because I actually agreed with him personally.
So then, at the time in 2016, why did you issue a statement?
No, I said that personally. I'm sitting here in my personal cap. I agreed with him then.
That their tenure ends at 12 a.m. on 7th January.
Yes.
So it's okay.
But
to
why?
Be giving last minute
But are there British people or Togolese who are being given the job? You say you are coming to create jobs. A Ghanaian has a job. Then you are complaining. Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? Why would you complain when a Ghanaian has a job to do? Why? How is that a problem? The health professionals, you remember their financial clearance came as far back as November or October. So government is still working. Government is in progress. So why are you worried about it when a Ghanaian is employed? If you want to sack them, sack them. Well, that's your prerogative. If you come and you think that a Ghanaian has been employed, you are coming to create jobs, but the Ghanaian has been employed and you sack the Ghanaian. Unless there's a Togolese or an Ivorian or a British that has been employed, you sack the person. How can you in 2016 say that you had the authority to do that as a January 6th, and then in 2024 you are saying otherwise? At least tell me that you are saying otherwise because in 2016 we came to complain. Then I will understand that you are only trying to sort of retaliate. But in 2016, you were firm. So that was the precedent.
But will we ever move forward as a people if we keep doing these things to ourselves?
Actually, the truth of the matter...
If something happens when you take over power or you are elected into government or into power and you do something, the next 4-8 years, another party comes and you are doing it to each other. Are we ever going to move forward?
The problem is that we pay too much attention to the politics and ignore the facts and the procedure. The fact of the matter is that there was nothing wrong in 2016 if somebody was recruiting on even 5th of January 2017, there was nothing wrong. He's in government. That is a fact. The politics of the day is that some people will say, why are you doing it? Don't do it. And if you do it, we know we are going to get all those people out. And those are the politics of the day. Sometimes let's be able to separate the issues small. Those were the politics of the day. Like Felix was very firm and said that in 2016 that they are doing what they are doing because they have every right to do it. Today he's the one who is saying that don't do it. You understand? And I am saying that government is still in place. Government is still in play. 2028, government will still be in play post the elections up to January. What government has to do, government has to do. I still insist on that. I don't think that anybody should have an issue when a Ghanaian is being recruited. When you come and you think that the person is not a Ghanaian, you are at liberty to fire the person if the law allows you to fire the person. When you come and you think that the person is a Ghanaian, but in your view, that Ghanaian doesn't deserve to be employed, you are at liberty to fire the person. Let's stay focused, Serwaa. These are just politics. Let's just leave them.
Finally, before we go, what's next for you?
We are going to rebuild.
You,
we are
as an individual.
We are going to rebuild our party.
What's next for you?
We are going to reorganize the party, and I'm going to contribute my quota towards the rebuild process. I'm going to apply myself as much as my party will need me to do to support them to go through the rebuilding process. Were
you doing anything aside politics?
Oh yes. I mean, before I came into office in 2017, I worked at the Enterprise Group.
Okay.
I was the head of clients unit at the Enterprise Group.
So you're going to go back there?
No, I have a lot of brains to do so many other things.
Like
come and work with you at Office & Co. or come and partner you to sell at Office & Co.
Anyway, finally, I'm sure that you've seen that statement from the president that
you do men's way at Office & Co.
Not yet, but
okay, so you see, I can be the partner to get there.
The president has said that no member of this government is allowed to purchase any government vehicle, and at the very latest, by the 3rd of January, they should all be returned. What do you make of it?
Why are you buying government vehicle? Why?
Were you giving one?
Yes.
You're giving a government vehicle?
Yes.
Have you returned it?
Yes.
When? Oh. What car was it?
A Land Cruiser. It's a Land Cruiser. It's parked.
They gave you a Land Cruiser as what?
A presidential staff, executive secretary for the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization.
That's a very long title.
Yes.
Okay. It's when did you return it?
Monday. Why are you driving it? I could have kept it till January 6th.
So what message?
I could have kept it till January 6th.
But the president says you
No, I mean kept it till January 6th when I formally hand over.
Right.
But I've taken it back.
What do you then say to your colleagues?
Don't go and buy your own car. Why are you keeping it?
What if they don't have money?
Go if you don't have money, but the car is not yours. It's for government. If you don't have money, go and sit somewhere. Okay. Like they say, go and sit down.
Okay, Dennis, before we go, that is your camera. Talk to your NPP supporters.
Every MPP person should take heart, remain calm. Truthfully, this is what the outcome we all expected. But I'm very, very sure and without any doubt that every single of any MPP member across the country really applied yourself very well, hoping that we come out with victory in these elections. Like we've always done, this is only a setback. Let's reflect, let's reorganize, and let's bounce back even stronger than we did in the past. But let's also be a bit more tolerant. Let's allow people to grieve. Let's allow people to vent. Let's allow people to speak up. And once all is done and settled, all the issues that people will raise, let's put them together and define the future in a way that would make us come. Because we are going to prepare to unseat the NDC in 2028. And we can only do that when we come together as a unit, fully united for that venture.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Dennis
you,
Miracles Abaji is campaign spokesperson for the NPP's 2024 campaign. I am Serwaa Amihere. Stay with me because after the break, I'll be sitting with Sam George and Andy Apiakobi. This is Today, I am Serwaa Amihere. Now, let's bring you the breakfast review. Well, this morning, I'm joined by Samuel Nete George. He is Member of Parliament elect for Ningo Pram. Very shortly, we'll be joined by Andy Apiakobi, who is Member of Parliament for Asante Achim North. Sam, good morning. It's good to have you. And congratulations to you and congratulations to your party. How have you felt in the last few days?
Humbled. Extremely humbled, both on a personal level and as a party as well. It's said that normally politicians diminish as the longer they stay. So your votes keep dropping as you stay longer in office. But it looks like I'm humbled by, first and foremost, the grace of God upon my life, and then secondly, the love the people of Ningo Pram showed to me. I've moved from 64% in my first election in 2016 to 69% in 2020, and now 77%. It seems like it's a growth, and I can only thank the people of Ningo Pram. Now, when you come to the national level, you also realize that what's happened in this election has never happened before. It's humbling that the Ghanaian people can give such an emphatic victory to a political party. 2/3 of parliament. Never happened before. A margin of over 1.6 million. People thought 1 million in 2016 was, in fact, it wasn't even 1 million in 2016, almost 1 million. Now you have over 1.6 million. I think that it is a vote of utmost trust and confidence in the NDC. And it must humble us to realize that the Ghanaian people may be slow to anger, but when they rise in anger, you can't stand in their way. It must humble us to know that we need to focus our energies to delivering on the aspirations of the Ghanaian people.
Okay.
The Ghanaian people have given us such a margin of victory that we will have no excuse not to deliver. And so for me, it humbles me because the weight of the pressure, the weight of the expectation is something we cannot joke with. It's something we cannot run away from. That the young people of our country, the old people of our country, everyone is looking up to the NDC to deliver the Ghana, to reset this country for them. And so I honestly believe that for me, it's put me in a very pensive and reflective mood. What our next steps must be. We must hit the ground running. I'm happy GM has stated that he will form his cabinet in 14 days, and before the end of January he would set up the whole government machinery. We do not have the time or luxury to wait. I believe that in the first budget, our 120-day promise, the social contract that he signed with the Ghanaian people in Winneba, must be adhered to. Things like the bet tax, the COVID levy, emissions levy, those things must go in the first budget. We must have a government that is lean, less than 60 ministers or maximum 60 ministers. We must, for me, I believe that one of the reasons the Ghanaian people voted for us is for us to prosecute, not witch hunt, but prosecute everyone who has raped the purse. I always say, I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse. They stole the purse, and we need to go after them, retrieve that purse, and make sure that those who have stolen from the Ghanaian people, the ordinary taxpayer, those who have taken from pensioners, those who have taken from our elderly folks, taking from the children of our country, stealing their inheritance. We must retrieve those monies with alacrity. We must ensure that they face justice, and we must put the national resource to good use. And so I honestly believe that the weight of expectation on us must humble us and focus our minds on delivering for the people of our country.
Okay, Sam, let's also welcome the NP for Asante Achim North, and Apia Kubi. Good morning.
Good morning, my sister.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, well, I thank you for bringing me here. If I have a minute, let me just take off from where Sammy is living. And I want to hold him to the words as given, that the weight of expectation should humble you and make you focus on the assignment before you. I also want to support your plea that let us prosecute rather than persecute. These two statements are legendary. I commend you.
Okay.
But going forward, let us also not be unnecessarily speculative. Let's look for evidence and do what is necessary, rather than just throwing about allegations. Let's be careful so that we can manage the evidence that we have.
We will get there. We will get there, Andy. We will certainly get there. But Sam, let me come back to you. You know, you talk about how humbling the win both at the constituency level and the national level have been. But NPP supporters say that you didn't win the election because Ghanaians love you so much. Their supporters just didn't come out to vote.
I mean, look, let's give respect to the Ghanaian people. I think that for those who are saying that it's sour grapes, there are 7 stages of denial. Let's say they are on the 3rd stage. They will finally get to the place where they realize that Ghanaians came out to vote against them. Look, there's been a lot of vote padding that has happened in previous elections. There's been a lot of antics that have been deployed in some regions to ensure that numbers appeared to be so wide, margins appeared to be so wide. The vigilance that we deployed this time prevented a lot of those vote paddings and ballot stuffing from happening. And so it's not just about numbers not showing up, it's about the ghosts not showing up, the ghosts who normally vote for our brothers in the NPP. Look, I'm not going to give a lot of energy and time to whether people came out to vote, their people came out to vote or not coming out to vote. If their people did not come out to vote, then it was a protest against the bad governance. And look, if their own supporters are protesting against their level of governance, I think that in itself is enough to show that they needed to be kicked out of government. For me, it is if 2 people came out to vote, they would elect a leader for us. And that leader is saddled with the responsibility of governing the country. I am not going to engage the NPP and those who are crying over spilled milk and sour grapes in saying, debating the numbers. That's not what Ghanaians voted for. What Ghanaians are interested in now is not in whether NPP people came out to vote or not. They're interested in us ensuring that we stabilize the currency, in ensuring that there's a better standard of living, in ensuring that prices of goods are stabilized on the market, and that you're not constantly seeing the daily increases in basic staple items for households, ensuring that households are able to have a disposable income again. In the last 4 years, disposable incomes have been wiped out. Many families are living below the poverty line. I mean, in 2022 alone, over 800,000 Ghanaians went below the poverty line. That's unconscionable, and I believe that we need to exhibit and show the modesty that the Ghanaian people are demanding of us. We can't have a president flying like an Arabian king in chartered flights over 17,000 pounds. We cannot have members of President Mahama's government have their wives get contracts to feed people for 30 days at the All Africa Games and pay them exorbitant amounts of money. We cannot have the hijack of state property and hand it over to family members of the president. That will not happen. And some of us will continue our crusade of accountability even under this government, even though our party is in government. If there is anybody, and I'm happy President Mahama sounded that notice and caution yesterday. He said that, look, if you think that you're coming in to come and make money, stay in the private sector and do business with his government, but don't come into the government. And so, look, we need to, I'm not going to shield any member of the NDC who would engage in any acts of corruption. My fidelity is to the Ghanaian people. And I believe that that's the fidelity of President Mahama, is to the Ghanaian people. We understand, like I keep saying, I believe, and I've had the opportunity to talk with President Mahama, he understands the weight of expectation upon his shoulders, and he knows that his message of reset is what the Ghanaian people want. They want this country reset. They want it put on the right track for us to take off again. And I think that's what we should focus on, not on the anecdotal issues of whether people came out from a political party to vote or not. I mean, if people in that political party didn't come out to vote, that in itself should be a cause for introspection for that party.
All right. Before you come in, let's listen to John Dramani Mahama when he said what Sam just said, that if you want to make money, stay in the private business, private sector and make your money, and not in this government.
I just want to thank the people of Ghana for the overwhelming endorsement they've given us. I think that the people of Ghana realize the enormity of challenge the next government is going to face. And I think that that's why they've given us this stamp of authority to be able to take the bold decisions that will turn our economy around and put our country back on its feet. And so I want through you to express my appreciation to all Ghanaians for what they've done. But it also puts a responsibility on our shoulders to work assiduously for the people. It shows us that Ghanaians are slow to react, but when they have had enough, they will punish you if you don't work in their interests. And so I make it a reminder to all those who are aspiring to work in the new government that it's not going to be easy, it's not going to be business as usual, it's going to be hard work. And so if people are not prepared to work hard and to sacrifice for Ghana, then they better stay in the private sector and stay wherever they are. I wish to assure my father and our fathers that we're not going to misuse the majority we have in Parliament. Even though we have a huge majority, more than 2/3, we're not going to misuse it. We're going to consult with the minority at every stage and make sure that we do things by consensus instead of railroading everybody. Everybody knows that I'm a typical diplomat and a Democrat. And so I believe in GHOne, I believe in consensus building, and I believe in democracy.
Right, so that's President-elect John Dramani Mahama. I'm in the studio with Samuel Nete George. He's Member of Parliament and, of course, Member of Parliament-elect for Ningo Prampram, and Andy Apiakobi, he's MP for Asante Achim North. Let me come to you now, Andy. Before we get into, you get to respond to what Sam said. What happened to you in your constituency? Because I came to your constituency.
Did you?
Weeks before the elections. Yes, I did. We extended an invitation to you. You didn't show up. No, we did. We wrote to your office. You didn't come.
I did not receive any invitation.
You did not?
No.
That's quite unfortunate. But I know that we reached out to your office. Then your people didn't give you the invitation. But these votes, 8,933 votes, as a two-term member of Parliament, as against an independent candidate who obtained over 26,000 votes. In fact, 26,926 votes. What happened?
I'm not complaining about figures. I'm not the one to do the calculations. As it happened, I'm not complaining about any rigging or anything. These are the figures that we have. And I want to believe that this is the expression of the electorate. So I'm not complaining. I lost the election to another candidate. And that's as far as I know, and that's what I believe, and that's what I've accepted. So the issue is going forward. But
something must have accounted for that loss.
Let's see a better candidate emerge from the constituency. That's all that is important.
You're not running again?
I'm not running again.
Why?
We'll finish with the election.
In 2028?
2028 is not here, and I'm not doing it. President Mahama just said that if you want to make money, do it in private sector. Probably I have to take that advice and do my money in the private sector. So that is my preoccupation now.
Do you agree to Sam George and the many people that vote, what reflected in your constituency, just as we saw at the national level, is a reflection of how angry the people are?
You see, in my personal circumstance, situations might be different, but I'm not complaining.
What are the situations? We want to understand.
You see, somebody comes from nowhere, he comes to file to contest, he does so. He is able to unseat me with those numbers. As far as I'm concerned, matter is closed. So whoever would have done anything, I'm not complaining. If God didn't allow them, they wouldn't have done it. So let's go on, move on from there. I have no regrets having contested. I have no regrets having done what I've done in the past. I have no regrets the results that I'm getting, but I'm learning a lot from it.
But this candidate who won said that he knows you. In fact, you promised him that you were not going to run this year.
I don't like people who lie. Where was the meeting? And how, why, and what happened? I don't like people who lie.
He said he even gave you $200.
He gave me $200. You see, am I that cheap? I don't want to go into those things. For him to, does he respect me at all? To give me $200 to do what? You understand? I am not poor. Try, please. But I'm not rich, but I'm not poor. I'm a lawyer in good standing. If I knew that, I would have brought to you the transaction that I'm doing right now for you to see the numbers. $200.
As a support.
Please.
But did you promise that?
Are you not sure that people contribute in diverse ways to political institutions and political parties and things like that, even not to your knowledge? If somebody brings T-shirts of this quantity, you may not even know how much that cost. But if you would have costed it and would have attributed it to a donation to me, that is unfortunate. You understand?
Did you promise him you were not going to run again?
No. Where was the meeting? Did I have any meeting with him?
Do you know him?
I know him. But did I have any meeting?
Is he your friend?
Promising him that he's not my friend, but he's from my constituency. But I don't think that is important. But I don't like to be confronted with lies. Did I ever tell him that if I told him, why would I run in the primaries? And if I told him, why would I even run in the general elections? In any case, if I told him, all that he needed to do was to remind me. But I'm not complaining that he contested. No, it was his civil right. He has done that. But I don't like the lies of you saying that you gave me $200. Are you sure that $200 will motivate me enough to do or not to do something? Please, I'm not that cheap.
Okay, let's come back to
and when I work, can't I make $200?
Yes, you can.
If I represent you in a matter, don't you think that you can pay me $200? In fact, this morning from here, I'm going to represent somebody in court. And are you sure that person hasn't paid me $200? And this is a contempt application that somebody has filed against my client. Are you sure he won't pay me more than $200 before I come to the court? Why do we want to reduce politics to this level?
Okay, Mr. Piakubi, let's come back to the general election. I was asking you earlier that this result...
So the questions that I put to you, please go back to him and find out from him whether he thinks $200 will be enough to motivate me into doing.
I don't think he said that. He just said he contributed to your governance in the constituency at that time.
Well, for now,
he even said he bought a certain vehicle to support the campaign.
He bought for me.
Not for you, to support the NPP's campaign.
He bought a Ford to support the NPP campaign.
Yes.
So where is it?
I don't know. Did he ever?
He said he bought a Ford to support the campaign. Where is it?
And I think that if my producer IB is there, we can extract that video.
Listen. If for now, if for now I'm going to constituency and you follow me with your vehicle and your vehicle has any means to support a campaign, would you have bought the vehicle for me or for the campaign or for the party? Please, let's speak our words well.
Okay.
You're not talking to anybody that doesn't have any good understanding of what we're doing. You're talking to a practicing lawyer. And don't forget that.
All right.
So pick your words well.
Me or you?
No, whoever would have said that.
Okay, thank
but
you.
But you are communicating.
Yes,
so
and
I have to give you a response.
I'm only saying
I'm
what
only
I have
giving
been
you
told.
responses.
I'm asking you.
I'm only giving you responses to your communication.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine. Let's come back to the national level, the results. Sam George just said, and many people have said also, in fact, we all are of the understanding that the results of this election just goes to show how angry the people are, and they have demonstrated it. From your assessment as a member of the NPP, what do you think cost you such an overwhelming defeat?
Well, I do appreciate what Sam is saying, and that's true. Because are you saying it is only the people who are angry? Most of us are also very angry. So we are angry at our own system. Our own system didn't support us, didn't work for us. So why wouldn't we be angry? Why wouldn't the public be angry? And why would certain regions not be angry also? Because sometimes we are angry at our own people, particularly our ministers and appointees of government. If, for example, you apply for something for your constituency and it's not forthcoming, nobody is even picking your calls, why wouldn't you be angry? So we are all angry. So, and that's why I'm saying that let's learn lessons from it. Because you have a minister who is your colleague in parliament, and you make application to him, you cannot even assess him. He will not even respond to your inquiries. He will not even respond to your calls. Why wouldn't you be angry? And if you have chiefs who are saying that we need this facility here also, and you are not responding to the chief's call, and you are even giving them negative responses, why wouldn't they be angry? So I understand that the anger from the people, from the voters, it's very justified. And the anger from ourselves as members of government is also justified. And you are here, you listen to 96 members of parliament saying something to our president who will not listen to us. Why would we be angry? So when the people say we are angry, so we are not voting, we should understand that and then change our ways so that they won't be angry next time and vote for us. So I have no reason to contest the position of the electorate. We have done something wrong. They have given us the opinion, period. As far as I'm concerned, this is a response to our behavior as members of government.
What behavior is that?
We have not served them well, and this is what we are saying. That we didn't serve them well, maybe we didn't respond to their calls, we didn't respond to their expectations. Our performance did not satisfy them. The way I look at it, this is how I understand it, that either they didn't vote or they voted against us is an expression of dissent. So either way, let's understand that and then change our ways so that they will not show that level of dissent again next time.
Okay. Do you agree with those who say that you lost because of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and how he handled things, the economy?
We lost because of the government, how they handled the economy. So I will not personalize, but in a particular case, I was part of a group that said that this person is not meeting our expectations. Let's change him. So in that case, I'll come out to say that he is partly to blame for what he did or didn't do. But beyond that, I would say that our government did not respond to the expectations of the populace.
Okay. Sam, at least there's an admission there. That they lost because the government didn't treat the people well.
No, and even before I go to Sam, me and him were part of the team that was working on the LGBTQ something. I worked with him very closely. And when the bill was finished, why would somebody sign, for example? And you were speaking to the sensibilities of the people of Ghana. We are not speaking to British people. And the people of Ghana, we are saying that we don't want this thing. And you are using standards outside Ghana to say, oh, it may be. Oh. You see, I always say this when Professor Mills of blessed memory once was confronted with the same question, whether you support the LGBT or not. He said, emphatic, no, not under my administration. And this is what I expected our leaders to do. You see, and that statement he said is a watchword for all of us. In Ghana, we don't want this. And let us be truthful to ourselves. Me, I will not say because this man said this, because it or belongs to this or belongs to that. As far as I'm concerned, if the statement is legendary, we will uphold it and use it to our advantage.
All right.
No matter where it is coming from.
Okay. Sam.
So I think that the point has been made that the Ghanaian people are just unhappy. They were. This vote is not just a vote against Bawumia. It's a vote of protest against the mismanagement of Akufo-Addo. It is a referendum. This vote was a referendum on the 8 years of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. The mismanagement, the lack of candor. I mean, you introduce a tax like e-levy. The Ghanaian people are against it, but you say you will go ahead and do it. I work in the telecom sector, in the communication space. We make presentations to government and in parliament to show that the e-levy will not achieve...
Sammy, just maybe 1 minute. You remember we were in Ho together on this e-levy thing. Two sides of parliament meeting in Ho to discuss the budget. You remember? And we had told the finance minister that this e-levy thing, and he came with, was it 3%? We came and we told him, both sides, told him that, my friend, we cannot accommodate 3% within this economy. So for that at all, let's start with 1%. You remember?
But you still passed it.
Yes,
they openly were against it.
What I'm saying is, it's not only they, both sides of the house were against it.
But you passed it. You passed it.
No, that is part of the anger. You see, when the whole parliament comes together, we are saying that, well, if anything at all, you remove this tax. He says, no, we have to introduce this tax. We expect revenue stream of so. We say, okay, in that case, let's start from 1% so that it can grow into the 3 or 2%.
But Mr. Piakubi, you were in parliament that day when the law was passed.
Somebody being so
why did you not abstain?
Why did we not abstain?
You personally. Why didn't you abstain?
Look, personally, I expressed my opinion as we are going to a meeting, maybe today. I expressed my opinion.
But on the floor, why didn't you abstain from being a part of it?
You don't know what happens in parliament. When we are going to debate on issues, sometimes people are selected to be speakers on the day, on the subject matter.
Okay.
So if you are not selected by your leadership, you won't have the opportunity to debate. And for example, if it's a government policy, they know that you are against it. They will not select you to debate it.
Let Sam finish with his point then. Sam, yes.
The point I was making on e-levy is the fact that we all as a country said we didn't want e-levy. But the Nana Addo Bawumia government and Ken Ofori-Atta insisted that they would go ahead with it. And you know, the question you asked, my brother Andy, is on that day, and you see, that's a lesson for some of us in parliament who are going to be in government, on the government side now, that it comes a time where you need to stand up and say, I disagree and I'll have my voice heard on this. That vote was subjected, the e-levy was subjected to a vote of parliament. There was a head count. Yes, there were MPs, including Andy, on the government side, on the MPP side, who disagreed with it. But they failed to show themselves and be counted on that day to say that we are voting against the e-levy because that's what we believe in. Maybe that could have been a reason for people to have said, no, these are MPs who, even if the MPP is sinking, we will protect because they stood with the Ghanaian people. When people have to go along with the tide of their party and say that, well, yes, we disagree, but we'll vote with the party, you then begin to have a situation where you're unable to justify excluding you from receiving the brunt of the anger that people are. And you know, for me, it is the disrespect the NPP showed, especially the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration showed to Ghanaians. After passing the e-levy, you had Samira Bawumia and Chairman Samboso and co go to a party with an e-levy cake baked, cutting the cake and dancing to it. It was like spiting Ghanaians in the face. Why? You know, it is this insensitivity to the wills and demands of the people. The NPP had become literally tone deaf to what the Ghanaian people were saying. Look, we kept talking
Sam,
about
hold on for me. I beg you, hold on for me. Let's cross over to the police training center. My colleague, Obed Kingaglo, is engaging the General Secretary of the NPP.
NPP has a copy. So let's produce the copies that both parties have. If they are in tandem with each other party, then we make progress. That one they don't understand.
No, but they say that there are discrepancies on the figures of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets. Though the two parties have the same figures, but the figure on the Electoral Commission's pink sheet is different.
Which figures on what?
No,
on the votes or the ballot account?
No, wait. It doesn't matter whether it's ballot accounting or on the figures. The EC has altered the pink sheet after the fact in the absence of the NDC and the NPP. Are you saying that the EC's pink sheets are no longer the primary documents to be used?
The EC what happened?
No, listen. The principle.
Have you asked the EC what happened?
Hold on. You are saying no. Yes, I'm preventing you. Temporarily, I'm preventing you. No, hold on.
Right. So what's the way forward? What's the way forward? What's the way forward?
Very simple. We've asked the EC to make a decision.
Which is the primary document?
For us.
Which is the primary document?
Hold on. To make a decision whether they are going to continue or they are going to hold the process, so that if we have to leave, we leave. But then we cannot just be sitting there for hours.
We are waiting for the EC.
You understand? But the EC, which people are there? Are they forceful soldiers or what?
Listen.
Who is the EC?
No, listen. The EC is the Mensa, Bosmasari.
So you want the Mensa to come here?
No, they must make a definitive statement on
when they can take a decision here. Then we are not going to make a progress. Is there a strategy to delay the process? Because if everything that can be resolved here, you want them to call the Mensa. Then you are telling the Mensa to come and sit here and make decisions.
No, but they said, listen. The EC's pink sheet must be the primary document. But if we cannot trust the primary document, then how do we continue?
You have a problem with the primary document. Yes. When we started the process, there were some polling stations that the EC pin sheet, your task went to take it away, and they didn't have it, and they relied on your pin sheet or our pin sheet to make progress. So if you feel that they have an issue with the EC pin sheet, both parties have a pin sheet. So let's look at it and make progress.
What's your position now?
You want the coalition to continue with both parties' pin sheet?
Pin sheet. At least that is why we give you a copy, because it is possible that as SIMA institution, some pin sheet can be misplaced. Some people can even tamper with it. That's why we give copies. So at the end of the day, but how about those who want to distract EC pin sheet? So that is why both parties have a copy. So let's look at our copies. If our copy is different from your copy, then you have a serious case. But if our copies are the same, what lies the argument? Why should store this process?
We must hear from the Electoral Commission here. Serwaa, just gone by was the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodia Frimpong, who have been engaging in a heated argument with members of the National Democratic Congress in the Nsawam Aduejiri constituency over some discrepancies on some pink sheets that are on the Electoral Commission figures. But strange enough, both political parties have same figures on these pink sheets, and that has been brewing tension and confusion. I'm here. Let's try and engage the Electoral Commission, who is in charge here at the station. I think they are going to a caucus meeting with the candidate, the representatives, and so we will still engage some more persons who are representing the NDC about the issue. Let's draw closer to the deputy youth organizer of the NDC about the whole issue. You are welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you, Senior.
We see that the Electoral Commission is in caucus meeting with the parties.
Yes.
What's the way forward for you, the NDC?
A decision. We are having a discussion so that we can arrive at a decision. But first of all, we need people to understand the fundamental issues that we are raising, so that it doesn't look like we are the ones fomenting trouble. Now, the pink sheet, as we all know, is what is the statement of poll. That is the evidence that polls have actually taken place.
That's the fundamental document.
Exactly. Now, after the election, copies are given to all parties. Yes. This is the NDC's copy. The NPP and other parties also have their copy. Now, the issue here is that the record on the copy here that the Electoral Commission have given us, now that they have brought their own pink sheet, they have altered the records from their end. The essence of giving somebody a duplicate document is to ensure that yes, it must tally, because the information on the original is what should be transposed on the copy. Now we are noticing these discrepancies. They are telling us to assume it's a mistake. How can I assume it's a mistake if we have gone through a process together, right, and the process has ended, right? And you later notice any issues which you want to correct. The proper thing to do is to call the parties, because the Electoral Commission knows the NDC. They know all the parties. So call us back and let's sit down and say, on this pink sheet, we found this issue. So let us correct it to reflect the records on your duplicates. Now you surprise us with that here while we are doing collation. And they themselves and the MPP together are telling us to assume that it is a mistake and that we should work based on the copies of what the parties have. That cannot be acceptable, because we don't know. The reason these pink sheets were flagged yesterday was because of these same inconsistencies. Now, if we are back here, we've sat here through the night till this morning. If we are back here and we still have to go ahead and they are telling us to use the mistakes to do collation, that cannot be acceptable. And so we are in conclave. Of course, these pink sheets will not be accepted, okay? But we are awaiting the final decision to be taken. I have to sit back and take care of our stuff, but we'll come out to the decision.
Thank you very much. So, Serwaa, let me draw closer to the caucus meeting they are having with the EC official. Justin Frimpong Kodia is speaking.
They should call the Mensa from Accra to come and wait, to come and explain the situation. Okay. We agree with you. The EC is saying they have made a mistake. For you, what's the way forward?
The thing is that this is a clear evidence to show that EC is capable of changing even the results on the statement of poll. Because you see, we are relying on your documents to arrive at the results, and now the documents you are churning out have proved that the information on it is actually different from what you have given to us. So what shows that all that you have given to us all along is not different from what actually happened, because we were not able to produce some of them and we allowed it to go. This particular one that we have, in cross-checking, we realize that it is different. So what shows that the ones that we are churning out may not be different. So how do we even rely on you?
My issue is, look, okay, you are making the point that they have made a mistake. You are making the point that it's possible that there could be countless mistakes or deliberate mistakes that have been made. Fortunately enough, we have a copy. You also have a copy. So at the end of the day, let's see the copies from both parties and see whether it collaborates with what the EC has done or not. Where even if you don't have a copy and you still don't trust the EC, we can flag that one. But where the two parties have a copy, why should we still delay?
We have recorded a number of them that we do not have. We have that, so if you are ready that we should flag the ones that we do not have, that one we accept it. If you want us to flag the ones that we do not have, fine.
Let me make this last explanation. The work we are doing here, it is in our domain to correct any genuine mistake.
So that's my colleague Obed Kingaglo reporting from the Police Training Center in Tatalo, where collation of some results are ongoing from the Eastern region. Currently, what is in contest is the Serwaa Adwajiri constituency, where it has Frank Anodompre as Member of Parliament. Well, back here in the studio, I'm here with Sam George and Andy Apiakobi. Sam, sorry about that rude interruption. Let's go back to what we're talking about. You're talking about the e-levy, even though I would want you to comment on this later, but you were talking about the e-levy.
Yeah, I actually moved on to another example, the COVID levy.
Right, okay.
That we kept speaking about. Look, even China, Wuhan, where the COVID virus broke out from, you no longer have them charging a COVID levy. So why are we being asked to pay a COVID levy? But nobody would listen. You know, like I said, they had become tone deaf. They thought that every sound of caution that we gave was partisan criticism, and they won't listen. And I believe that and that's why I started this whole conversation by saying that for me this victory is humbling. We must learn from it and learn to listen to the Ghanaian people, learn to communicate with the Ghanaian people, and learn to represent the aspirations of the Ghanaian people. So I think that, look, the NPP has shown clearly that they had no regard for the Ghanaian people. A few people in government had hijacked the entire governance machinery, and were only using it to enrich themselves at the expense and detriment of the Ghanaian people. And so I believe that we need to keep our focus.
Why are you looking my direction? With the emphasis you're placing on your words.
No. I'm not looking. But you weren't even in government. You weren't even in government, Andy.
He said, why are you looking his direction?
I'm only asking why. Are you sending that message to me?
No. No, it's not about you. You weren't in government. The bottom line here is that, look, we need to be minded about how we take the Ghanaian people. The electorates are extremely savvy and they know what they want. And when they speak, you must listen. And so for me, look, the NPP has been abysmal. I mean, when Bawumia would look us in the face and tell us that 17 cedis to the dollar is better than 4 cedis to the dollar, I mean, do you take us for fools? Do you think that it is Agbilima that is in our heads? Absolutely not. You know, and so the Ghanaian people have shown him that they have brain and not Agbilima in their heads. And so, you know, the NPP had gotten to a place where they needed to be disciplined the way they have been disciplined, for them to understand that Ghanaians are not fools, you know. And again, I keep repeating, it is a lesson the NDC must learn in government. We must learn to be modest, we must learn to be reactive and responsive to the desires and aspirations of the Ghanaian people, and we must learn to make sure that our governance represents our promises to the Ghanaian people.
Mr. Piakubi, do you believe in the administration of the NDC under John Dramani Mahama?
Well, they have a challenge. The good people of Ghana have given them the mandate, and it is our hope that they will exercise that mandate to the benefit of all Ghanaians, to the admiration of all Ghanaians. For me personally, I don't know an NDC government and an NPP government. We have one Ghanaian government. So once the NDC team has been selected, it represents the government of Ghana, and our prayers must be with them. And they should also listen to all of us. Indeed, if they consider us as members of the opposition party, so would it be, but they should listen to us because we still are part of the Ghanaian population. Listen to us, and let's do less politicking. At the point where we have a government in place, let's all put ideas, put forth our experiences and our capacities to their use so that we can have a better Ghana. It is always the case that when one party wins power, whatever competency the other party is ignored. That has not worked for us. So let's see people in other parties also contribute ideas to for the betterment of country Ghana. I am a Ghanaian supporter. So for now, I have a Ghanaian government, and we have to work to support the Ghanaian government. Let us not be seen to be saying that because it is not my party in office, I will not support the initiatives they bring. Let us be seen to be working together at all times. If MPP is in power, I expect the NDC also to be working with me. And if I'm in parliament, it's only outside parliament that you see people behaving as if we are from different mothers. We are the same. If we come to parliament, we do things all the same. We all work together. Indeed, where we even disagree, we discuss it behind closed doors in our disagreements. And in all cases, we have a direction which is hybrid that we want to go. Except that Parliament is treated as an extension of the executive. So the executive brings something, they expect it to go the way it came. And this is how, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be part of this the next Parliament. It is one thing that I wanted to ensure, that the independence of Parliament, so that anything that comes to Parliament, Parliament must add value to it before it passes as an act of Parliament. Otherwise, Parliament will be reduced to an extension of the executive office. And that has not worked for us. And we started thinking about this, that we want Parliament to elect its own leaders. It is important that Parliament elects its own leaders. If people who have been voted for by people outside government, the whole population voting for you to come into Parliament, and somebody sitting outside Parliament will determine who will be your leaders. When you come to Parliament, you don't have the capacity to determine who your leaders should be, and we will accept this situation as normal. It is not. So some of these things I was going to work against it. the status quo, because it hasn't worked for us. And again, we need to bridge the gap between the minority majority. Let's be seen to be supporting the enterprise Ghana rather than supporting our partisan positions. These are some of the things. And indeed, someone I entered, giving the rundown to the issues to be discussed, was mentioning the distribution of state property. I'm very much in tune with him, and I'm very much in support of a call that state property must remain state property. If at all we need to distribute state property, it must be distributed according to law. For example, the lands that are in issue, if the purpose of acquisition fails, let the lands return to the pre-acquisition owner. Simple. Or let us continue to retain it for public purpose. But the way we do it, that politicians will go for such lands for a pittance, I disagree, totally disagree. And I think that it's an issue that we need to also address, how to treat landowners in Ghana. Let me tell you, Serwaa, if for purpose of agriculture, you acquire land from a chief or a traditional authority, in consideration of the public interest and in consideration of the land use, I may determine that take it for free or give me some little compensation to appease my people. Then you hold the land in 10 years, 20 years. You convert the land use into commercial use, and you don't go back to the grantor. You think that it has been acquired publicly either by way of Article 20, compulsory acquisition, or whatever form of acquisition. If land use changes, values changes. So you have to go back to the landowner or give it back, because I bought it or I acquired it for this particular purpose. I no longer need it for this purpose. So then have your land back, so that you can rather benefit from your land by way of the land change in land use. But all these things are not happening. Some mentioned it. That's why I want to emphasize and explain.
Okay.
It's important that we look at land administration in Ghana.
Okay.
In particular reference to public lands.
Okay, Sam, let me come back to you. There are many who have expressed, uncertainty about how this administration is going to be. A new government under John Dramani Mahama, they say that, for instance, you promise oral going, for persons who have cost the country financial loss. But it's not the first time you're making such a promise. You couldn't fulfill it then, but you're saying that you'll be able to do it now. They're questioning that. They're also questioning if you'll be able to deliver in the manner in which you have made the Ghanaian people feel that you will.
Okay, for the records, we've never promised oral.
I mean, not oral in its sense, but
fighting corruption.
Fighting corruption.
We have fought corruption under President Mahama, his first term, when there were issues about bus branding brought up. He caused the recovery of money that was paid by the state to the private company and asked the minister to resign. Under President Mahama, when Victoria Hama did not even acquire, suggested acquisition or an intention to acquire $1 million, she was sacked from office. Under President Mahama, when there was news or reports or suggestions of malfeasance at the National Service Secretariat, he caused the BNI to investigate it and caused the prosecution of 144 people. When Brazil happened, he set up a commission to investigate it, and a minister was removed from office. So, I mean, there is a clear marked difference between President Mahama, his fight against corruption under his first term. In fact, President Mahama caused, under YEA, JIDA, caused the prosecution of his former colleague and very good friend in Parliament, Abu Gapeli, and the jailing of Abu Gapeli, who at the time was a member of the NDC government. So, President Mahama has a completely different track record compared to Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. Akufo-Addo and Bawumia.
I always tell you, you point at me when you mention other names. I am not called Akufo-Addo or Bawumia.
Sam, I ask you this because I ask you that question about the oral because you recall in 2008 when the NDC won, you said and made many promises that there were going to be prosecution of persons who caused financial loss. But we remember that, for instance, Asabi and his wife were stopped from boarding a plane. They were arrested, but you couldn't go through with a single prosecution.
Okay, so again, Serwaa, that was the Mills administration. You had the Father for All policy, and on that one we've stated emphatically, say, Father for All, there's not going to be Father for All. 1. 2, let's put on record that the Mills administration carried out about 35 prosecutions. But you had a judiciary that literally shielded appointees of the former government. And that's why one of the first things the President Mahama must do, is to purge our current judiciary. Clean out the judiciary of party activists. That's the very first thing he must do in 120 days. People sitting in the current judicial setup who are more than national executives of the NPP, who are simply there to protect the looters in this current government, must go with this government. The Ghanaian people demand that of President Mahama, and we would insist that he does that. Else President Mahama will have rebellion from within, because you cannot have proper prosecution of, in quotes, the thieves in government, those who have stolen from the Ghanaian people, with the current setup at the courts, where you have people in the courts who are so partisan that even in their churches they are angry with people who simply try to prosecute people in this government. There are people in the current court system today who go to the same church with Kisi Ejabeng and don't talk to Kisi Ejabeng because they think Kisi Ejabeng, as special prosecutor, is prosecuting MPP people. And these people are sitting in the courts today. Such people cannot remain in our court system. They can't be in our courts. They have no business there because they are no longer dispensing justice, but they are partisan players wearing judicial robes. You understand me? So we need to purge the judiciary and then go and do proper prosecution. I repeat, not persecution, but prosecution. And there's been forensic audits already underway. That's what I can tell you. Yes. So look, oral will happen. If oral doesn't happen, President Mahama himself would face the wrath of the Ghanaian people. That one, nobody can protect him because the buck stops with him. He promised oral. We need to make sure that we set an example, because if we
But do you have the evidence to back all of these?
Serwaa, there is more than enough evidence. Look, in these last few days, persons, and I'm saying this so that they know we know, persons who are moving and transferring monies to the Isle of Man, to Mauritius, to Guyana, we have the money trails already.
So we allow them.
You understand? Oh no, currently, Andy.
No, the bank
Andy, we are not in government today.
But
we are still not in government. But no, you can't block. Okay. Andy, we don't control the levels of government today.
Let me finish.
But I'm letting those people know that we know.
Who are those people?
Oh, Serwaa, the prosecution will start. You know, when President Mahama came to my constituency, go and take, and I'm sure your cameras were there.
Yes.
Go and take his comments he made. The comments President Mahama made. He did 3 stops in my constituency. He did Old Ningo, he did Prampam and Afienya. In Prampam, he mentioned names. He mentioned names of people who have questions to answer. He mentioned the president himself. He mentioned Gabi Ochidaku. He mentioned Ken Ofori-Atta. The president was clear, and Asante Bedio too. The President Mahama mentioned those names in my constituency. And it's not going to be limited to just those people. People have questions to answer. We will have lifestyle audits. People who were flying economy, who today are buying hotels after 6 years in government. Serwaa.
They are buying hotels where in Ghana here.
Here in Ghana. Who owns Holiday Inn now?
Who does?
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Please tell us. No. I think that we want to know.
Serwaa,
who owns Holiday Inn?
We will take over government in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. The prosecutions will start. The prosecutions will start. They are not going to be persecutions. People will have to explain the sources of their wealth. You understand?
But we don't have a law like that here.
Oh, who says you don't?
And Andy Apiakubi, you're a lawyer. Do we have a law that allows people to explain their source of wealth?
Of course.
Do we?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, we do.
We do.
But that's with the Financial Management Act,
Yes.
right?
And again, if you suspect misapplication of state resources, Article 41, is it G or F, gives you the mandate to be close to a capacity to go to court.
Okay.
To protect state
That's state's property.
Yes.
But
Yes.
what about my personal?
He's complaining about looting.
Please give us
looting state property to acquire private property.
private property.
Yes.
Okay.
We will get there. We will trace all of that.
So,
look, people, those who flew to Mauritius 3
Article
months
41.
ago.
I can read it. I can find it. So I mean, just by way of education,
Article 41F.
if only on suspicion that it is state money that was used to acquire those personal property, right?
So wait.
Yes. If you are suspecting any misapplication of state funds of state property, Article 41F will close to your capacity to go to civil court and demand to protect the state property. So the action becomes actionable immediately. You have the information, the evidence.
But can you?
But don't forget that
okay.
the name of the game
is
evidence.
Yes.
Okay, but Andy, quickly, please, as a lawyer, can you just handpick someone and want to investigate their lifestyle?
No,
we have laws backing that.
We have institutions that can invite you to.
Right.
Because you are supposed to declare your assets to
the was coming. All of these appointees declared assets when they took over office.
Okay.
You can ask the court.
Assuming the Yoko invited you that we are suspicious of this progression, please can you explain? The law is there for them to invite you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
in all cases, but again and again, evidence.
So you think they don't have evidence?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
But
I'm saying
Andy, are there people in you? I mean, because he's mentioned 4 names already that President Mahama has listed. Do you have cause to believe that there are members in your government?
I'm not privy to the information President Mahama has, but assuming he has the evidence, nothing will stop him from prosecuting the cases. But I don't have. But you cannot. 1 million allegations will not constitute evidence. Let's not forget. But before I even sign off, I wanted to also advise my good friend Sami to be careful the way generally he's giving statements purporting to indicate corruption even within the judiciary. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying that if you know a situation and you have evidence to that effect, please just single it out and come out to prove your case.
But he has promised that that's going to be happening.
We will. But generally attacking the judiciary
no, I have not attacked the judiciary. So I have said, no, Andy, please, respectfully, I have not attacked the judiciary. I have attacked persons in the judiciary.
Who are
these persons? There are persons in the judiciary who have become so partisan in their dispensation of justice. I have not said the judiciary has become partisan. There are 2 different things. The judiciary is an institution. There are persons who make up that institution. And if some persons in the institution, and I've given an example of one such person.
Did you give anybody's name?
No, I give an example of one such person, and the person knows. The person knows that I'm talking about the person.
Who is
I don't want to mention the person's gender.
No.
How many people? No, wait.
No, if it's Apiakubi, mention Apiakubi.
Wait. How many people in the judiciary go to church with Kusi Ejabeng, the OSP?
But we don't know who goes.
So I'm saying the person in the judiciary who goes to church with him, who is angry with him, knows that that's the person I'm talking to. I don't say whether it's he or she.
How did you get this information?
It is still speculation.
The lawyer says it's speculation. Well, Sam has a very good idea of the law.
On social media, I've been greeting people in the judiciary of late. Go on my social media.
You've been greeting them?
Yes, I've been sending them greetings.
Okay.
Who are you sending?
Let me, on your Twitter.
Both Twitter and Facebook, I've been greeting people.
Because you want them to...
Because I don't have an issue with you.
Sorry.
Why, you want me to greet you?
Am I not your friend?
No, you are my friend. I'll greet you. The people I'm saying good evening to should know that they have questions to answer.
So no, I'm going on this page to see if I can find the names of the people.
So anytime you send good morning to me, it means you are after me. Yes.
I'm not saying so. So you see,
Andy, are you afraid of something? Because anytime he speaks and looks your direction, you are worried. Now you say he's greeting you.
He has never been in government.
He mistakes me for other people. And I'm not comfortable
hold on.
with that.
So Sam George has greeted yesterday the Chief Justice. Good evening, Chief Justice of Ghana, Gertrude Araba Sabasaki.
I want to beg to take leave of you now.
No, hold on. Please. Please. He has said
lead me not into any temptation.
That's also that's a greeting there. Sam, does that mean that is one of the people that you are targeting?
No, she's
No, you are speaking English. Speak it.
I said she shouldn't drink the soup whilst they are still pounding the fufu. 3 weeks is a very short period. But, Serwaa, look, our country needs purge. And, another word for purge is reset. To reset, you need to clear and clean up the system. And we will do that.
Okay, Andy, your final comments before you go.
My final comments. Let's look at Ghana as the only place we have. And let's all work towards improving the situation in Ghana. I am not comfortable when people are being handpicked, but if you have evidence to support any claim, the laws are there to offer you the platform to do your legal gymnastics. So I encourage him, as long as you have evidence. I don't want people being cited for contempt, and I don't want to see.
Well, you are a lawyer. You earn more than $200 when that happens.
Civil suits for defamation and the like. So my only advice is that make sure you are equipped with the necessary evidence.
Okay.
Then you can prefer your charges and then continue.
Okay, finally, I know you speak on that.
And let me also tell you, Serwaa, for your information, $200 for me to appear to
that was just by the way, please.
Enough.
That was just by the way. I said more than that.
Yes, it will not be enough to bring
more than that. More than that. But lawyer, what form of cleansing should the the NPP pursue? What should it do? Would you require the setting up of a committee?
You have to go back into a drawing board and find out why the whys and the
clearance of the executives. Do you agree to that?
Well, sometimes it's not only just the clearance, but it is the philosophy of living. We have to establish a new philosophy. You see, when people become too pompous because of power, you see, it may not necessarily be somebody in opposition or in position or in government, but people become too pompous with power and misapply, misuse public space and public funds, public property and the like. Yes, we need to grow away from such. We need to see that, as some were saying, you don't make money in government. Let's make money in the private sector. Personally, I declined an application because I thought it was unwholesome. And I got punished for that. But I'm happy that I was punished because...
that's your post.
I was happy that...
Is it?
That's your post from yesterday on the screen.
What has my got to do?
You said you've been greeting people. We are projecting it.
So
do you require the setting up of a committee? Would you recommend that?
Yes, I will require a setting up of a committee. And for nothing at all, I require a setting up of a committee to investigate all public lands distribution.
By your party or by the NDC?
By everybody.
Okay.
And again, one thing I want us all to do is to review all natural resource contracts in Ghana. The way to get out of poverty is to look at what we are losing and then stop the loot. Then we can have the benefit of our natural resources. Until we do that, we're signing contracts that give royalty thresholds of 3%, 4%, and maximum 5%. How do you want a country to be resourced when you are giving away your natural resources for free? So let's look at that. And I'm not saying that people who contract such concessional agreements are not knowledgeable. Some of them are mischievous.
All right,
and indeed,
thank you very much.
Some contracts are also unconscionable.
Thank you very much. Andy Apiakubi is Member of Parliament for Asante Achim North, who unfortunately for him won't be returning to Parliament. Thank you for joining us. But I'm here with Sam George for a few more minutes before he takes leave of us.
I will be continuing in my practice.
Of course, all the best with that, of which you make more money than being in Parliament, no? So why were you there in the first place?
No, Parliament is a core.
I'm sorry.
Politics is a call. I was an SRC president.
So why are you giving up the
listen,
call?
Listen. I was SRC president. I was voted for.
Okay.
I came into public office, and don't forget, I was deputy chief executive of Free Zones and continued as an acting chief executive, and even continued in other places in Africa.
All right.
And now I'm a practicing lawyer.
Okay.
And I'm very comfortable with the way I do my practice. Okay. You don't know me. That is why you are.
I know you.
You don't know me. That is why you are comfortable with the $200. You don't know me.
I know you very well.
You don't. You don't. You haven't seen me before.
I don't need to see you to know you.
If you had seen me, you wouldn't be worried about $200. Somebody giving me $200.
I didn't say that I believed it. I don't think that I have put that across. I only asked you a question.
It is not fair to be in public space and be talking about earnings and finance and properties and the like, but $200, please.
I hope that before you go, you leave here with the understanding that I ask questions. I don't force it on you. I only asked you a question because I went to your constituency with my team.
And they said that I was poor.
Not at all. Not at all. And the question, in fact, I saw your house in your constituency. It's not a house of a poor man. So I only asked questions that I heard in the constituency, and you have clarified it.
Yeah, but did you come into the house? You didn't. So how would you conclude that it's not a house of a poor person?
Thank you very much for joining us on that. When I see a mansion, I don't need to enter the mansion to know that it is not a mansion of a poor person. So I have said it, that I know it's a mansion. Thank you very much. Sam George is Member of Parliament for Ningo Pampam. Sam, before we even continue, there's a question here for you. That what seat would you like to occupy? What position, would you like to occupy in this government? In the next government?
I am the Member of Parliament.
Ministerial position.
Well, that is the prerogative of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Minister of Communication.
Again, that's the prerogative of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
If you are called to serve?
He appoints and disappoints. If I'm called to serve in his government, I will do so with all humility and to the best of my abilities. But the decision of where to serve and how to serve in the government is the sole prerogative of President Mahama. I cannot preempt or assume anything. The only position that I have today, which has been given to me and can't be taken away from me for the next 4 years, is the mandate as the Member of Parliament for the people of Ningo Prampa. And that's my preoccupation, and I intend to exercise my mandate to the fullest for the benefit of the people of Ningo Prampa.
Stay with me. We'll be back shortly. 7 a.m. I'm here with Samuel Nete George. He's Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram and also Member of Parliament elect for that constituency. Andy Apiakubi has taken leave of us. He had to go to court. But Sam says that if President John Dramani Mahama calls him to serve, he will gladly do so, even though there are speculations that he's the next Minister for Communications. And
speculations were
on social media, within the media. We have done our checks, just like you two, you've done your checks.
Like I said, the prerogative to appoint and disappoint rests with President Mahama. And I think that we should give him room and space to make his decisions. He's made the announcement that he would announce his cabinet in 14 days of taking over office, and then his entire government will be set up by the end of, I think within 30 days or so, by the end of January. So I think let's not railroad President Mahama. He will make his decisions, and I believe that he will make the best decisions for our country.
Okay. I cannot let you go without asking you, you seem to be on a path of helping people snatch their seats. What's that about?
I'm only working for the NDC. I mean, I think it was on Tuesday, Wednesday. Today's Friday, so it was on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I noticed that there was some attempt to railroad the process in Okaikwe Central. And so I stepped in there and went there and ensured that the right thing, the will of the people of Okaikwe Central. I used to live in Okaikwe Central. I used to live in Tesano. So, I mean, that's a constituency I'm very familiar with. And so I decided to go in there and make sure that the right thing was done. And basically that's what I did. I made sure the right thing was done. And then Ablekuma North as well, Irabina Orbin. The facts were clear. Again, look, the Electoral Commission has a responsibility to declare results, and we went ahead with it. Domi Kwabinya tried to come in there, and we said we will not even entertain it because the law is clear. Once a result has been declared, and I granted an interview to CT because Samuel Tete made some comments about what happened at the regional office and all, and I said to them that Samuel Tete should take off his MPP party dress. He's supposed to be an independent electoral commissioner, but the days of him doing things for the MPP are over. He sat there and allowed Bosman Asare and Jean Mensan to come and railroad him, and now he wants to please the MPP. If that's what he wants to do, he will go with the MPP. Because for Samuel Tete to grant an interview and say that declarations done by the returning officer are illegal and that the EC will recollate, you should come and recollate and let's see. The laws are clear. CI 127 is clear. When a returning officer declares a result, only a court can overturn it. Not even Jean Mensan can overturn it. You understand me? And so for me, I keep saying that's why Domi Kwabinya was not even entertained at the regional office, because the returning officer there has declared Eli Plim Akurubu as the member of parliament elect. In Okaikwe Central, there was no declaration until we came to the regional office. A declaration has been done. Like I said, if anybody has a challenge, they can go to court. Ablekuma North, anybody has a problem, they can go to court.
Going by that logic, why have your people mustered up at the collation center at Wejagbawe? Because there's been a declaration as well. Why don't they go to court? Because
they realized that the boxes in Wejagbawe, they were altering and trying to change the records in there. Because you see, you will go to court all the same, but the records must be kept sacrosanct. But if you then have a report that the EC has gone into the EC office to then change the figures to match what it is, because they know that when they go to court, the evidence is going to expose them, you need to stop the EC from carrying out such illegality. That's why what was done yesterday by Afenyo Market in the Fantiakwa North is null and void and will not happen. The NDC parliamentary candidate will present himself to parliament on the 9th of the 6th and we will swear him in, and not the MPP candidate. Because you see, when the returning officer has done a declaration in Fantiakwa North, you cannot then come and call the deputy returning officer, not the returning officer, but his collation officer, to come and do another declaration. I mean, look, the days of the NPP misbehaving and persons in the NPP misbehaving is over. I've heard them say that they are going to recollate Tema Central, Ablekuma North, and Okaikwe Central. I'm using this opportunity to speak to IGP Dampare. If he wants to have peace of mind in this country, and he doesn't want the National Police Training School to become a place of chaos and bedlam, he should not even try or dare to think that they will come and do any recollation there on Tema Central, Ablekuma North, and Okaikwe Central. Constituencies that have been declared. If the police dare, the IGP should know. He should go and take the reports, the results of all the special voting and see where the security men he leads and the chief of defense staff, Bema Camp, they should go and check and see the officers that they are bringing, how they voted. The officers voted for change. The officers voted for a reset. They voted for John Dramani Mahama. And so he shouldn't think that he's going to bring men there. Look, the things that went on there yesterday, some of them are comical. They are comical. But I'm throwing a challenge to the MPP. I'm throwing a challenge to Afinyo Market and the Electoral Commission. If they think this country belongs to them, they should try that they are going to recollate anything from Greater Accra, which is my region. They should try and see. The people from Eastern region may have allowed things to go. Greater Accra, here, that they are going to recollate Tema Central.
Are you encouraging the violence?
It's not violence. We are going to oppose oppressors and we will defend the Constitution.
But you know what that means? You means that your people are massing up and
our people will take on the security services and we will order them to do so if the security services want to subvert the Constitution. It means those security officers are enemies of our democracy and we will deal with them decisively. Any officer of the law who seeks to subvert the will of the people and the Constitution is an enemy of our democracy. Is an enemy of our democracy. So, like I said, if what you are doing is in tandem with law, if there has been no declaration of results and you are coming to do the collation, I don't have a problem. In Serwaa, Judiciary, there has been no declaration as far as I'm aware. So we will do the recollation. That's what I've said. Listen to me very clearly. I'm not saying that there should be no collation anywhere. No. In Serwaa, Judiciary, there has been no declaration. And so you need to complete the collation in accordance with law. We need to check what the records are. Do all the parties have the pink sheets? At least there are 3 parties in this election. The NDC, the NPP, and the Electoral Commission. At least 2 of them must have the records that agree before you accept it and use for collation. We will go through that. And then we would allow the EC to declare whoever has been duly elected. But I'm saying, and hear me clearly, I'm repeating for emphasis so that nobody goes to say that some judge has just gone to say anything. I'm repeating for emphasis. Tema Central, Ebi Bright has been duly declared by the returning officer. Only a court of law can order a recollation of those results. Not the Electoral Commission, not the IGP, not the Director CID. Ablekuma North, Rabina Obin has been declared MP-elect. Nobody except a court of competent jurisdiction can order for that to be redone. Okaikwe Central, Baba Sadiq has been declared. And I'm saying anybody who seeks to subvert the will of the people of Tema Central, the people of Ablekuma North, and the people of Okaikwe Central, we will mass up and oppose those people because those people are enemies of our democracy. And we will discipline them decisively. That much they should prepare for it. Because the power of the people is greater than the people in power.
Does it include what appears to be you intimidating the EC officers to declare the results?
The EC officers are dead. They are alive. Call them and see if I intimidated them.
But we've seen videos where
I put my hand around him and walked with him. Because there was chaos there. The MPP people there were trying to stop him from declaring.
Okay.
In fact, they had laid hands on him. And I went and said, no. Anybody who wants to touch the EC, the returning officer will have to go through me. And so if you watch, I put my hands around him
to protect him.
Took him up to, there was a kind of stage there, made him sit there and allowed him do his collation. When he finished, we allowed him to stand in front of the media and address the media. Case closed. In the case of Ablekuma North, Ekwafriye, the MPP parliamentary candidate, was seeking to snatch the collation sheet and molest the returning officer. Again, we said no. We will protect the EC officials. We will work with EC officials who are working in accordance with law.
All right.
So, Mr. Degenu is the returning officer for Okaikwe Central. Mr. Opon is the returning officer for Ablekuma North. They are like, call them and ask them if some judge intimidated them or beat them or touched them. No. I ensured their security and safety and made sure that they were protected from the attempts of the NPP to attack them. And I'm saying that those constituencies have been completed. Roxin was in Tema Central. That was also done. We will not allow anybody to say they are going to recollect. That one there. And I've seen our party base go up. Look, I have said and I'll repeat, rest easy. The 3 seats in Greater Accra, the NDC has 31 out of 34 seats. Anybody has a challenge, go to court.
You should say same to your party supporters in Wejagbawi, because there's been a declaration. They should go to court.
The Electoral Commission should stop attempting to change the figures on the coalition sheet.
There's been a declaration already.
Yeah, so why are they going back to change the figures? Why? What is the business of the EC in Wejagbawi? Going back, what we are doing is to prevent them from altering the evidence which we'll be using to go to court.
All right.
Exactly. And like I've said, we want peace, we want calm, but nobody should test the resolve of the NDC. We are a government in formation, no longer in waiting. We are forming government, and we would ensure that the institutions of state respect the mandate of the Ghanaian people. You understand me? And so the police will be there at Tesano. We'll be there. We'll be there today to ensure that the right thing is done.
All right.
But nobody should think that. I heard people yesterday saying that, oh, we are still in government. Yes, we are in government, but you're on your way out. We're not going to allow you misbehave.
All right. Thank you very much, Samuel Nete George.
Thank you.
He's Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram. And we have a very interesting video from Sam George's constituency. Let's all take a look at it as we ask him out. But stay with us, because we'll be taking you back to the police training center. My colleague, Obed King Gaglu, is live there. We understand that there's so much happening there with regard to the collation of some results from the Eastern region, specifically for now in Sawam Adwajiri. Sam. to the show. This is GH Today. I am Serwaa Amihere. I told you that today I'm with you till 11 a.m. and our usual programming on Friday is finally back, where we speak with journalists. Joining me this morning is Audu Mahama. He is the managing editor for the Crusading Guide. Hey, what's your
Good God.
What's your newspaper again?
Hey, Serwaa. The custodian newspaper. Serwaa.
I forgot. Your party is out of
What you have done. You in the first place. My goodness. Yeah.
Keep your disappointment.
Okay, the I'm sorry. The custodian newspaper. You're welcome. How are you feeling?
Are we starting? You introduce them. Introduce them.
I need to know how your health is before today you are wearing suits.
Introduce them.
When your party was in power, you never wore suit here. Hold that thought. Hold it.
I say introduce them and I'll talk.
Wait, it is my show. I'm asking you, are you okay? Are you okay?
I will answer that. I said introduce them because this question was asked from another person and I'll answer both.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I'm very much okay.
Okay.
In fact, I've asked my candidate, said I'm at peace. So much peace and so much confident looking into the future.
Okay.
You finish.
Okay.
So you know me, I don't pretend. I don't.
True.
Okay, Ibrahim Al-Hassan is the producer for GH Today. He's also the organizing secretary for the Parliamentary Press Corps, and Nana Kwesi Boate.
Yes. The NDC. Today I know he will accept to be an NDC person.
He's
no, but I told. So why you finish your introduction?
He's a private legal practitioner. You're all welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Goodness.
See, first of all, I told Audu that for this election, I am supporting President, and I didn't tell you, I said it live on this TV, that I'm supporting President John Dramani Mahama with my strength, with my knowledge, with my limited resources, and with everything I have, because it is time for the MPP to go to opposition.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So I made no secret of my affiliation with the NDC in this election. Okay. And I am also, look, I expect to see a big loaf of pie, humble one, sitting in front of Audu, because today he has to eat a lot of humble pie.
When you go into a competition and you lose, I should eat humble pie.
You have to be eating pie.
If you have lost, what would you have eaten?
Eating humble pie.
You eat the humble pie.
I will not eat it because it is a competition that I thought I'll win and I didn't win.
So that's why I
humble pie. Okay, it's fine. Please. So today, because of time.
Are you starting with me?
Yes, I'm starting with you, and I want to know, what do you think happened in your perspective? Because a week ago, you were here and you were so confident that you were going to win. What happened?
I did. But let me say this. You asked me whether I'm okay. Just yesterday, I was having a chat with a junior colleague. He asked me so many tangential questions. And later asked me, how are you recovering from the excruciating humiliation? And I told him that I am neither sick nor recovering. I have never been sick as a result of this. Everybody knows me. I don't pretend. I supported a candidate against another. I thought, and I still believe my candidate was a better candidate for this country. He's still a better candidate for this country. But Ghanaians have chosen the one I thought is not the best for Ghana. And as a Democrat, we just all have to move on. We accept it. But let me say this. I supported this candidate, as I said, because he's the best. He would have been the best for this country. I don't support. I have no pretensions. And I have never, and everybody knows I support MPP. I have never supported NDC. There are reasons. In my life, I probably have more friends in NDC than MPP. And they know, people who know me know. I have more friends. I even go to their homes, even and eat with them, dine with them. At their dining table, I even argue with them politics. And actually, I argue with them that I don't like your politics. And that's how it will continue to be. It doesn't mean anything. I am Audu. I support a project and I'll continue to support that project. It doesn't matter what happens. went into this election, I traveled. I went to the north. You say, well, you know, I went to the north for about 1 week. I went throughout from Tamale to Yendi. I saw what happened in Yendi for the first time. What happened? And I listened to people. And if somebody told me then that Farouk was going to lose that seat, I would not have believed it. Because of the things I saw for the first time in the history of Yendi. And what happened? Look, the Mion that MPP lost. I saw things that there for the first time happening in that constituency. And you talk to people, their feelings about those things. So if you have, and it is not just Northern region. I went to Eastern region. I've been to some places. If you have these things, and people tell you things, you will have some confidence that you are winning. But I also said, during all the researches that came, I said that the real polls, I've always insisted on this show that the real polls is on election day. When the people come out to vote, that's where, as if a poll says you are winning by 50%, 100%, and you are not able to pull your people out in an election to vote, that research will be useless. That's why I've always insisted that at every election, the party that is always able to galvanize its supporters to go out and vote is always able to win an election. I think in election, there are so many lessons to be learned by MPP. I went out on election day. I voted at Blukuma Central.
Okay.
What I saw, the mobilization of NDC and everything. Sometimes when people are in the power, you talk to them, they don't listen. But me, Serwaa, throughout my life, I have never worked in public service. I've never worked in government. I've always in the private sector. I've been a journalist throughout my life. So when somebody is in government, you see things, you are talking and they don't listen, you can only support.
All right.
MPP needs to sit down and do serious introspection.
Okay.
But
I have a video for you. In fact, not me. The director has a video that he wants to show you. Watch
okay,
it.
okay.
You specifically.
Honorable worry. Honorable worry. Honorable one worry. Nagas honorable fan of Kachi, Miss Worry. Kachi, worry. Honorable. Honorable, honorable. Honorable worry. Honorable worry. Honorable one worry. Nagas honorable fan of Kachi, Miss Worry. Kachi, worry. Oh, honorable. Honorable, honorable. Honorable worry. Honorable worry. Honorable one worry. Nagas honorable.
So this for me.
Yes.
Okay, Marie. No problem. As for competition, this competition, there are no draws. So there's always one winner.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, are you? Serwaa. Why are you crying?
Because it's so. Anyway,
is it tears of joy or tears of sorrow?
Tears of excitement.
Because I didn't know there would come a day like this.
Hey, Serwaa. Hi. Serwaa, do you want me to tell viewers what you told me last week?
Anyway.
Do you want me to tell viewers?
No, we don't want to know.
Yeah. Exactly, because I say so many things.
Yeah.
No, what you told me.
No, we don't want to know.
All the cameramen.
We don't want to know.
We don't want to know.
So Serwaa, don't pretend.
We don't want to know.
That what? I'm very happy that you are in this state. Let's move on.
Serwaa is just teasing you. Serwaa is just teasing you. I really cannot read it. You cannot read between the lines.
Okay.
I can't even believe what
you you can't read between the lines.
Don't worry.
Okay, so I agree with Audu. I'm all for with Audu when he says that we all said that the real poll will be on December 7th. We kept saying that. When Smart Sapon's polls came, when Global Info Analytics came, when the Economic Intelligence Unit, we insisted that, see, the real deal is the election day.
Sure.
And I wrote on this platform, and I understand why many people will share that flyer when we talk about the fact that I said that if MPP were to win, it will be by a slim margin. And that was based on data.
Yeah.
since 1992. Breaking the 8 has eluded every political party, and there's a reason for it. You see, Serwaa, after 4 years, you make enemies. After 8 years, you make many more enemies than friends. That's how you lose power. That's how you lose power. People whose expectations within the party have not been met. People from outside that expected one contract or the other that you didn't give. People's businesses that you have kneecapped. They will all pull resources together and they will kick you out. And we saw that happen. Aside that, you also look at your own MPs and how they have performed or not performed. You look at your internal elections and people who sit on the fence and say that, you know what, to wait, if you are the only one enjoying, and I'm going to sit on the fence and be wailing, then you know what, let's go to opposition. Then we all become equal. And when we remobilize and come back, at least we are all starting afresh. NDC has suffered it. MPP suffered it. NDC suffered it again. MPP has just suffered it. Now, we sat here and I mentioned that let every other thing be secondary. The primary matter for this election is the economy. And I remember the argument with Awudu just last week.
Yes.
I think, yes, last week, about the implications of the economic crisis we are going through. And I would mention that it might just be limited to Accra. And I said, yes, it might be, but there are people in Accra that many other people in the villages depend on. So if I'm unable to send money to my people in the village, I will tell them that, Charlie, I'm unable to send money because things are hard. And their decisions will be informed by that. Right? So the economic conversation is a huge conversation. And I believe that when introspection is being done, the MPP will come to the realization that they could have tackled the economic conversation much better. And I'm talking about actions. I'm talking about the conversation, the economic conversation. Now, aside that, there's a wave. And honestly, nobody can take away the fact that there's a green wave that blew. And that's how come we'll be here talking about Esela Usu losing. We'll be here talking about Henry Kote losing. We'll be here talking about NDC winning the Ekwapim South seat for the first time. Maybe you heard Miracle Express shock because he was MCE there. And Ebri, imagine Ebri now being a community that's tagged as NDC. Now we are in Greater Accra talking about the MPP having to fight for 3-4 seats. It's unheard of. It's unprecedented. It's never happened. And so, yes, we expected that the gap would be wide, right? If NPP were to lose, but we didn't expect this gap. To be honest with you, I, for my life, didn't expect NDC to be doing 180 seats. I'll be lying if I say I expected that. When Musa Dankwa said Western Region was going to fall, I sat on this platform and said, no, I didn't believe that Western Region that had always voted NPP was going to vote NDC. Western Region is as green as Volta and OT region. Blue. It's as green, yeah, today.
Yes, yes.
And that's unheard of. Secondly, Esikado Ketan. And then you ask yourself, what happened? As for the question to what happened, I agree with Andy Apekubi that the party will have to set up a committee, go the way of Professor Kwesi Botwe, and then do a surgery of what really went wrong. I think it's too early to be pointing accusing fingers. But if we all agree that the economy was the albatross on the neck of the governing party, then you can't blame anybody who wants to blame Ken Ofori-Atta. To be honest with you, you can't.
All right. I want you to hold on for me before I come to you, Nana, and speak with Dr. Arthur Kennedy. He is a member of the NPP, a stalwart of the NPP. And I don't know if you have seen, you have seen a statement or epistle from him. Doc, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you've been following events, following that very humiliating loss to your party. What would you say attributed to it? What happened?
Good morning to your viewers, and thanks for the invitation. I think that what happened is what always happens, and I am kind of a little surprised at the young man talking about the conversations didn't go well. It's not the conversations that didn't go well. The performance didn't go well. I think that so far I have heard very good analysis from MP GHOne about how he thought all this started in 2022 with the refusal of the president to remove Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. I think, respectfully, GHOne got it a little wrong. It didn't start in 2022. The seeds were sown before the 2016 election when the presidential candidate Nana Akufo-Addo removed Paul Afoko and Kwabena Agyapong unilaterally, and the party kept quiet because people wanted to maintain their seats at the table so that when the MPP came into power, they would be in a position to enrich themselves. You notice that a young man sitting at your studio talked not about development and building the country, but about how some people have gotten contracts and jobs and others haven't gotten it. And so the essence of all this conversation is that too many people are in politics to do well for themselves rather than to render public service. And it appears to me that the MPP behaved as if the Ghanaian voters didn't live in Ghana, and they live somewhere else. I don't live in Ghana, but I was on the ground. I knew what was happening. I talked to people all the time. I was on the record about how things were not going well. So the idea that people within the campaign and within the government missed it is unbelievable. I think that this debacle went far beyond Ken Ofori-Atta or even Dr. Bawumia or even Nana Addo. Yes, there were individuals who would be the face of this defeat, but they had a lot of help from party members who could have told the truth but didn't, people who thought that the only purpose of government was to make money, people who saw Galamsey and thought that free SHS would overcome Galamsey. They saw arrogance and they thought that free SHS was good enough for that, and so on and so forth. So all those people who are angling to set up committees and others, we have seen the enemy at us, and we know what caused this. There's corruption, it is arrogance, it is bastardization of our procurement processes, it is building a national cathedral when a woman from the western region is bleeding after giving birth, and people are going to school under trees, and so on and so forth. So the people of Ghana, whom I want to congratulate, voted for change, just like they did in 2000, just like they did in 2008, just like they did in 2016. The leaders keep failing them. So the Ghanaian voters have become very wise and they are voting their interest. So I can spare you all the thing about going to do commissions of inquiry and all that. Everybody knows what happened. We governed badly, and then when it came to it, we picked the face of that bad misgovernance to be our candidate, and the public said, hell no, we don't want more of what you've just given us in the last 8 years.
Are you saying that if a different candidate had been chosen by the NPP, they probably would have won the election?
I don't know that they would have won, but their chances would have been better, because you don't have 8 years of misgovernance that every Ghanaian is, or most Ghanaians are unhappy with, and then pick the face of that misgovernance to be your candidate. The person who eloquently said in 2016 that $1 to 4 cedis was too much, now came back this year and said, even if the dollar is to 16 Ghana cedis, the fundamentals are still right. When you do that, it means you don't respect voters. You don't think they are intelligent. But they are. There is a lot of wisdom on the streets. So I don't know that a different candidate would have won, but a different candidate would at least have told Ghanaians that the MPP has a different approach and that it is not doubling down on its mistakes.
Doc, moving forward, I mean, I know that you have said that the NPP would have to regroup, do their homework, and come back. Would you expect them to maintain Dr. Bawumia as flag bearer, even though it's early days yet?
Well, I mean, I will be shocked, but to be fair, I think that is the problem with the MPP, that we always default to thinking of candidates instead of thinking of the party and its structures and its principles. The MPP was founded on good principles. We need to return to those principles, and we need to rebuild the party, and we need to change the way we pick our flag bearer. It was very clear that Dr. Bawumia was supported by moneyed interests and powerful people who moved heaven and earth to make sure that he became the candidate, so that in effect he will be the rear guard of the corrupt Chebi Mafia and their Galamsey allies, so that he will guard their backs for them. Everybody believed that, and people wanted accountability. So the first thing is to make sure that the grassroots of the MPP can speak, that ordinary card-bearing party members will speak, so their voices will be reflected in those who lead the party and those who become candidates in the future.
What form should the restructuring take? Very quickly.
Oh, it should be every party card-carrying member of the party voting. That is one. It should be trying to demonetize our politics. It is to emphasize humility. It is to bring accountability, I think, on a national level, so that people get reminded forcefully that the purpose of getting into government is not to loot the government for private interest, but to do public service. I think we've moved very far away from there. I was there when they were founding the MPP. There were people who pledged their fortunes and their houses. People took loans to build the party. And there were intellectuals who brought ideas to the table, like I said. Ashanti region that used to be led by people like Don Kofodro, eminent, well-educated, well-spoken people have gotten to where it is led by GHOne. Those deterioration in leadership and the emphasis on money and the emphasis of cabals and mafias have destroyed the party.
Please, let me ask you this, Dr. Kennedy. Would you advise the Afafrantoman to come back? Alan Chema.
But I actually think that it is time for Mr. Chematin to retire honorably. I think he would have been a good president, and it is unfortunate that he didn't do better than he did. I mean, he was not treated fairly, but he too could have done a few things differently. But I think that it is time to look to new men with new ideas and new attitudes to take the party forward.
Would you come back, return to the party?
I am in the party. I never left it. It's just that I was sidelined. You know, it gets to a point. Power has a very unfortunate side effect of leading to people who don't want to hear the truth. You know, we live in a culture where we glorify sycophants. So whenever people become powerful, they want only their praise singers around. And the first example of that is allowing another to get rid of Paul Afoko and Kwabena Japan. And in fact, power is so powerful that it gets to a point where people who on principle should stand up to it refuse to do so. I think, for example, when Nanabe was taking the party off the rails with the removal of Afoko and Kwabena Japan, President Kufuor should have stood in the breach and used his prestige to save the party. But he refused to do that because, quote unquote, and he missed a historic opportunity to leave the MPP viable. And that is why we are witnessing what we are seeing.
All right. And finally, before I let you go, what are your expectations of the new John Mahama administration?
My expectations are that they would, for once, not disappoint the people of Ghana. I think that his first 100-day agenda is a very good idea. Actually, in the last half century or so, The two best American governments have been that of FDR and Reagan. Both of them have strong 100-day starts, so that's a very good idea. The second thing is that I am as MPP as they come, but I'm a Ghanaian patriot. I think one of the things that will turn Ghana in the right way is some accountability for some of the malfeasance or supposed malfeasance that has gone on. I think we must have accountability for how our procurement processes have been bastardized. We must have accountability for how free SHS contracts for things like Wi-Fi and others were distributed. We must have accountability for how COVID monies were shared to party functionaries, because these things sanctify the country, and we must have accountability for the National Cathedral, including for the priests who went there to add their religious partners to the digging of a $58 million hole while people were bleeding to death after childbirth and going to school under trees. We need such accountability so that we will give honor to our motto, freedom and justice, and will vindicate honest MPP people who served honestly. And I'm sure there are a few of such people, and they deserve to be vindicated and cleared.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur Kennedy, who says he's still a member of the NPP, never left. Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. Back here in the studio, I'm here with Ibrahim Al-Hassan, Audu Mahama, and Nana Boeti Esquire. Okay, before I spoke with Dr. Arthur Kennedy, I was coming to you. Your assessment.
Can we, what is?
Yeah, when I come back to you.
Yeah. Well, I think that Audu should congratulate me properly. You see, he's not been magnanimous enough.
See, you have not. You have,
Wait,
you have
I
also
have
been
been sitting there. No,
that
I am magnanimous. No, but I called you first.
Oh, that's not true.
No, but on this live TV, you should congratulate me properly. Just do it now.
Congratulations.
That's all.
Say it well.
Say it properly.
You have won.
Honorable Wari. No, but I mean, that's just for the jokes.
Yeah.
You see, it must have been a huge form of myopia on the side of the MPP to not have seen that they would lose.
When you lose an election,
no
adjectives and adjectives are thrown at you.
And I would do always needed his spectacles, because this was not hidden. You see, it was not hidden at all, and it is either you are delinked from the reality, or you just want to be disingenuous, and I don't mean you. That you thought that the hardship Ghanaians faced was a fiasco. And the last time I told you here, Serwaa, you were in Lantam was here, that it is surprising that when Ghanaians are complaining about hardship, the NPP is telling us that no, there is no hardship. I am feeling the hardship. You say there is no hardship. I will show you there is hardship when I go into that booth. I'm not talking about you. That started.
The program today is like it's Audu's program.
No, he's talking about the NPP.
The truth of the matter, the truth.
May I have mouth to talk?
The truth. Oh, no, this one you can't talk anything, Mary. The truth of the matter.
Yeah, this is not the first time.
The truth of the matter is that the MPP was arrogant. It was delinked from the people. It sought to deceive the people. And again, I said it the last time, there was clear dishonesty on their part. There was no way anybody could convince even a child that Dr. Bawumia was not allowed to do his work, otherwise he was a great person. And that's what Dr. Arthur Kennedy said. Otherwise he was a great person, and that he would lead Ghana to a better place, and that he didn't get opportunity to contribute as much as he would contribute to the economy. And that is why the economy was in shambles. And so Dr. Arthur Kennedy is right when he says that there was clear mismanagement, and Dr. Bawumia was the face of that mismanagement. And it made no sense that they touted him in the manner that they did, knowing well that the people know that he was in charge of the economy, and that if they wanted somebody to punish for everything that has happened, and Nana Addo wasn't on the ticket, then of course it makes sense to pass it on to Dr. Bawumia. Now, the other thing is, we're talking about voter apathy. This situation was so bad that the MPP knew that their own people weren't going to come out to even vote for them. That is why, in spite of selecting Napo as running mate, Dr. Bawumia spent 15 days in Ashanti region. He came back to Ashanti region, and yet for the first time, the NDC got 33% in Ashanti region, and they got more than 8 parliamentary seats. So this was, look, I, in the course of the campaign, went to Akrofom. If you have gone to Akrofom before, you would see a constituency that has consistently voted MPP. It is one of the most deprived constituencies I've ever visited. And when we went and the candidate was speaking, and it's a local person, was speaking there and then, and this was genuine. 3 strong NPP people said they had defected, they came and they addressed the crowd. So, and they insisted that, look, Akrofom is very close to Obuasi. They don't even have potable water. And you have mining going on in all over the places. Galamsey, left, right, center, nobody wants to address the issues. So the handwriting was on the wall. It took serious myopia. In fact, the NPP decided to wear wooden lenses so they wouldn't see. And now Ghanaians have removed that wooden lens, and this is what is left of it.
Okay, you wanted to respond to what Arthur Kennedy said.
I think Arthur Kennedy has been consistent about his views on the governance of this country, particularly with regards to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He's been consistent. His critique, even when MPP lost, when he was campaign manager for Akufo-Addo in 2008. Even after that defeat, wrote a stolen, chasing the elephant to the bush. I don't know, somebody would have asked for him to tell Ghanaians whether all those things he chronicled in a book, as he's saying that people were not bold enough to tell publicly, to talk to Akufo-Addo. Was he bold enough at the time, those things he put in the book? Did he tell Ghanaians what those things were publicly?
But he put it in the book.
You see, that is the thing. That is it.
Everybody could read it.
You see, I am saying that you are talking of people. He's saying that. I'm saying it because he said the Akufo-Addo made Afoko and who is to be removed to be suspended because they would have spoken publicly about issues. They would have challenged him. And I'm saying that he wrote a stolen verdict at the time. He was a campaign manager of Akufo-Addo.
Not stolen verdict, chasing
the elephant into the bush. I like stolen verdict
because it's another book. That's why
we wrote it in 92. We wrote it in 92. I'm saying that at that time, did he as a man as brave as he is, why didn't he tell Ghanaians what was happening? Why didn't he tell Ghanaians publicly to put in the book? To wait for the party to lose? Because he was a manager. He could have said all those things. If politics is about saying everything public, he should have said it. He should have said those things that he put in the book. But why did he decide that he would not say them publicly and rather put it hide them in a book that many people will read? If he was so bold enough, he would have put those things out publicly for Ghanaians to hear. And when Paul Afoko and Kwabena Agyapong were suspended, after that suspension, they didn't end the party. The party won 2016 elections. The party performed and won 2020 elections with those suspensions. So it cannot be. If it is about, I have said that when a party loses power, everybody has anything to say about that party. It is a fact. Because now you have anything to do because you have lost miserably. So anybody can throw anything at you. What the party needs to do, there are many things that as somebody who supports MPP, I will not come to say, but I also know a lot about what has happened, what has gone wrong and all that, even on election day, what has gone on. But sometimes if you are in a group, you need to work and ensure that you say things that will put the group in a light that would not even put the party in disarray. In this election, everybody is blaming one person on another. Probably some people are blaming people and not blaming themselves. That's the only thing within MPP. There are a lot of people, there are things that many people have done to lead this party to where they are. People continue to say that Bawumia was his vice president, he was part of the system and all that, everything that happened, he should be able to. You can say it because he has been there, he's a candidate, he has lost. You can say all those things about him. But there are people, we all know governance, we behave like ostriches, we don't want to say the truth. But I have said that in anything, in any endeavor, when you don't succeed, everybody has anything at all to say about you. MPP has a big lesson to learn, so many things. And they will need to go. Now, the burden of this election has also shown that Ghanaians have no patience for excuses. This election has shown clearly that if you do the wrong things and you give excuses, Ghanaians will punish you for it. Probably there were excuses that this administration was giving that Ghanaians thought that they were not good excuses to them. Now, it is very clear with this outcome that Ghanaians are now intolerant to excuses. And the new government is coming. We all hope and pray that they succeed, because there's a daunting task. So people say that he said that people were impervious to what was happening, they were not hearing. We kept on saying, I have said on this platform that things are hard. But I have said that if things are hard, you have to offer alternatives, how you are going to solve those problems. Probably it is the alternative. Ghanaians since that this Mahama and former President Mahama and NDC have offered better alternatives. And we all live to see whether those alternatives will turn this country around. We all just have to pray and say that things do not degenerate into. It cannot go worse than we have now. It cannot go worse than we have now. So all our prayer is that this country will move on and move forward. Now everything will have to be reset. We have voted for reset. Everything will have to start again.
But I don't understand when you say it cannot go worse than it has. Are you saying that we are in the depth of the worst state we can be? Because that's not something you have ever admitted. When you say it cannot go worse than...
I'm coming.
When you say that...
I'm saying. If you say that you may...
I'm just trying to understand...
I have said on this show... I have said on this show
that times are hard.
I have said on this show that times are hard.
But this is not the worst. You have said that times are hard.
Look,
but you have never admitted that the NDC's time was not... You said it was worse than this.
I said I still stand by that.
So when you say it cannot go worse than this, I'm just trying to understand if it's an admission that this is the worst we have ever been as a country.
It cannot be the worst. But Ghanaians have voted. Look, do you want me to... Look, we have...
I was just trying to understand the phrase, it cannot go worse than this.
Because Ghanaians...
One at a time. Yes.
Because the way I started, you want to... I am saying it cannot go worse than this. If the people are saying that Ghanaians are suffering, would you want to add hardship?
Anyway, hold on for me. Hold your fire. I'll come back to you.
What?
I'll come back to you. I am going to Tesano now. I need to go to Tesano. Justin Frimpong Kodia is addressing the press now.
Had made changes with respect to the number of ballot papers that were issued. So we asked them, does it affect the votes that the political parties had? They said no.
In the absence of the party agents?
No, by the end of the day, we are doing collation. So in the collation, there is a certain time that EC don't even have their pinship, but rely on political parties. So our argument was very simple. Let's compare the pinship of NDC and MPP. If they correspond, what's the issue? Then why do EC give political parties copies of their pinship? That's the issue. No. The NDC is frustrated, and we understand them because their supporters are on them, threatening them that why are they sitting down for recollations to be done? And MPP has taken Zoom, MPP has taken Fantiakwa, and MPP has taken Akwetia. It's the pressure that they are giving to them. That's why they are misbehaving. Either that would have been done with this exercise long time ago. This is needless. No matter how long it takes, whether today, tomorrow, next week, we'll all be here. But the right thing has to be done. As a political party, when we lost the elections, In less than 16 hours, our flag bearer came out to concede defeat. You've won majority in parliament. No one is complaining. But at least the right thing has to be done. They know they've lost those constituencies. That's why they are misbehaving.
Right, so let's still engage. We've seen Edwidge Tamaklo here. Let's find out from...
I know your chairman is addressing the media at 10:30.
Yes, we have served the Electoral Commission with an application for interlocutory injunction to restrain the Electoral Commission from doing what they are doing. That process has been served on the EC, and this is it.
But have they confirmed receipt of it?
Oh, without doubt. GJ 0275-2025. It was filed at 9:30 early this morning. Anope Philibert Fume versus Frank Anodompre, Electoral Commission of Ghana.
So he says he has not received it.
Who?
Says he has
it's not to be, but he is an inferior officer. If I serve them, the court will not even take me serious. I have served the head. No, I have served the head office, and he has to stop. We have brought it to his notice.
But does that affect the three that were declared yesterday?
Which one? No, this one is specific. This is specific. And this is where we are now. And this is where we are now. We are within Sawam now. And this is the process. It doesn't matter. It's a court process. I'm sure somebody like Fenyo Makin will not disagree. He knows what he did with the Speaker of Parliament, with injunctions and all of those things. And that is exactly what we have done. Yes. We have served the Electoral Commission. If you recall, somewhere 2023, prior to the NDC going for our primaries to elect presidential and parliamentary, Dr. Kwabena Dufo went to court. The mere filing of an interlocutory injunction, the Electoral Commission issued a statement that the service of the process on them is enough for them to disengage. And that is all that we are saying. And hold on. The court has fixed the 20th of December for the hearing of the interlocutory injunction. So let's do what is needful.
The CID woman here says that.
Don't worry. No, the bailiff is here a party.
He says he's here to ensure security. He says she's here to ensure security.
His only responsibility, his only responsibility is to ensure order, security. How does the stoppage of this process create a disorder? I don't understand.
Right. That's Edwidge Tamaklo of the NDC in charge of the legal affairs. We've seen more members of the party trooping in. That's Broja Jemfi. We see security beefed up inside here, ensuring that there is law and order. You can see Alfred Agbeshi Woyome trying to engage some representatives of the MPP, Justin Frimpong Kodia, and also other ones. Let's engage a member of the MPP here. We have been told to draw back, so we will still engage you as and when we are allowed to engage some of the officials. So that's what's currently happening over here. We are told that a court's injunction have been served on the parties for the Nsawam Adwejiri constituency to halt, and so that process would have to stop. But the MPP insists that they've not received any of such documents, and so they are going to continue with the process, but the process must halt as soon as possible.
Right, so those are live pictures from the Tesano Police Training Center. You heard our colleague, Obed King Gaglo. Yes, and news just coming in is that an injunction has been placed on the Nsawam.
Injunction application
has been filed, right, because it hasn't been heard yet, right, on the Nsawam Adwajiri Road, and one of the legal counsel for the NDC, Edwidge Tamaklo, says, that's not his name, it's Edwidge Tamaklo,
yes, the Director of Legal
Affairs says that the application will be heard on the 20th of December, so trust that we'll follow that up and bring you updates on that. But back here in the studio, you're making a point.
My next step is what? My next step is that I have to make sure that I open my eyes and see the numbers the EC is collating, and that's it. That's my next step.
Right. So that was the chairman of the New Patriotic Party in the Eastern region, insisting that the process will continue irrespective of the said injunction that has been served on the parties. They are saying that that injunction has not been served on the parties and they are unaware of that process, and therefore they are insisting that the process will continue. But members of the NDC insist that, and indeed they've showed us evidence of that document serving the injunction on the process on the national headquarters of the Electoral Commission, and so they want the process halted until the hearing is held on 20th of December.
Right, so there, live pictures from Tesano, where coalition for some regions, especially the Eastern region, was ongoing until we just got the information that an injunction application has been filed at the court. Well, we will go back there if Obed has more to keep you updated and informed. In the studio, there's Ibrahim Al-Hassan, Audu Mahama, and Nana Kwesi Boete. Before we
Yes.
went to Tesano, you were making
Yes.
a point.
I was saying that things cannot get worse. It was saying that I should admit, well, I want to say that right now things are worse. I'm saying that Ghanaians voted because of the hardships you just mentioned, the challenges that are facing Ghanaians. We cannot go below those challenges. We can only improve, because if you go worse than is currently happening, then we have not moved forward. That's the argument I'm making. But if you say that I should admit that things are worse and that it can be more, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying that Ghanaians voted because they say things are worse. So you can only improve on what is happening now. I
promise you will improve upon.
No problem. I do not wish that things get worse. All my prayer in supporting Bawumia, I believe that he would have improved things in this country, made this country better than we have today. If you are coming now, you cannot bring us down below what we have today. That's the argument. That's the argument I've been making. And this thing about, in elections, as I said about Atake, when you lose an election, you are down. Anybody, even the people who will not talk to you in a manner that they will talk, will say all manner of things. But that's an election. In this election, there are no draws. You have one winner, and the winner, Ghanaians have decided that the winner should be former President Mahama. I have not supported him, and I can only support him with prayer. But in terms of vote, I have never supported NDC, and I will not. I don't think I will. But anything that every Ghanaian can do to support this government to succeed, they have to do it, because it's a government has been given. My fear, though, is what is currently happening. My fear is if you don't take time, you unleash people to do things, you'll be in government. This government now is virtually becoming a lame duck government. What is happening now? Because you don't want to do things that will degenerate into something else. Now you do all this when you are sworn into power. Now, if there is any tension, anything, you have to quell it, and the burden will be shifted. So you act in a manner that things do not degenerate. If things degenerate and you are brought into office, you will now have the task of correcting the wrongs that you have probably created. And that is what my advice to Nana and his people.
Ibrahim.
Well, so the elections are lost to the MPP. Yes, and just if you've been conscious of the political environment, go to 2016, and you realize that the conversation we are having.
Let's go back to Tesano. Let's go back to Tesano. This is what we're seeing. As to what happened currently, or what's going on right now, we don't know. Let's go back to
our party agent out over some disagreement he had with an MPP agent, and so that's what's currently happening over here. The police is trying to ensure law and order here inside the coalition center, and so the police is trying to drag him out of the place, and we see that the General Secretary of the MPP, Justin Kodia-Frimpong, trying to escort the MPP agent. We are still here. We'll be engaging more people here in the center. about why there is confusion here about the process. We are told that there's been an injunction placed on the process. We want to find out why there is an injunction.
We served the Electoral Commission with an application for interlocutory injunction, which I personally ensure service of it. Bosman Asare and the top hierarchy of the Electoral Commission have confirmed that they have been served with the process. And that is what it is. And that is what it is. We must all respect the process.
So I want to ask why? Why the injunction? What the state?
They've not received any injunction.
No, they need not to be served. They are operating under the direction and control of Jane Benson, Bosman Asare. They didn't come here on their own volition. Once a process has been served on them, that is what it is.
But we are asking what necessitated the injunction. Why?
Are you happy with the chaos? Are you happy with this chaos? We want sanity to prevail. Thankfully, the court process is supposed to be held on the 20th of December. We'll follow up and then we'll take it up from there.
Right. Right. So that's Eduju Tamaklo of the NDC, who's in charge of the legal affairs, and he says that they placed the injunction because of the chaos that's happening here. You can see that the police is not allowing the media to go closer to the collation center table because it looks like they are still going to continue with the process irrespective of the injunction that's said to be served. But you can see the police having confrontation with colleague journalists, pulling us out of the process. We've been trying to exactly so. The police want every time try to drag us out of the place in a very disrespectful manner, in a violent manner. You see that the CID still having a confrontation with Alfred Agbeshi Woyome and also Tanko Computer. They are asking them to move out of the place, but they insist they will be inside because they are representing their party. And then you can see Prince Derek Ejay, who was a former presidential staffer, still having some confrontation with the police CID, who's in charge of security in this auditorium. And so the confusion still persists. Members of the NDC insist that there's been an injunction placed on the process, and so the process should halt, specifically for the Nsawam Adueji Constituency Coalition. Let me still draw closer to them and see what is transpiring there. We can see Yao Boating Jan, who was a former appointee of government in the Mills era, and also a national organizer of the NDC, also showing up this morning here. Let's draw closer to Eduju Tamaklo, who's trying to show us some evidence of the process.
All the process, the writ, the injunction, duly served. Bosman had confirmed knowledge of it. The commission must call their people to order.
Who are the parties to this particular
okay,
injunction?
So it is Amenope, Philibert, Fume. Yeah, the first defendant is Frank Anodompre. The second, Electoral Commission of Ghana. This is the process.
Now, what do you want the EC to do with this particular injunction at this moment?
Is to restrain the respondents, their workmen, from collating, declaring the result for Nsawam Adueji constituency, as they are purported to be doing here.
Well, they say they've not received any information.
They need not be served. They need not be served.
So if they are not aware, you don't have to force them to.
If you see the process, workmen, are they not workmen of Electoral Commission? And once the EC itself has been served, that's why.
But who is supposed to bring it to their notice?
Bosman will call him to order now.
As we speak, I'm not sure he's done that call, and that's why they are still calling.
The service of the process is enough. You know what happened in 2023 when the NDC informed the Electoral Commission to come and supervise our presidential and parliamentary elections, the primaries. The respected Dr. Kwabena Dufo went to court and applied for an injunction. The service of the process on the EC issued a statement that having been served with that process, they cannot continue with the NDC primary slated for the 13th of May. What happened is that we had to do an out-of-court settlement, and I was involved because I was then the lawyer for the NDC in the matter. Even when the matter happened, the Electoral Commission told us that until they see a process from the court saying that we have withdrawn, they will not allow, and we have done that.
Right. All right. So that's Eduji Tamaklo trying to explain to us the court processes, insisting that Bossman Asari is aware of this injunction process and will call in any time soon to halt the process here. You can see the police CID still having a confrontation with Prince Derry J, insisting that until they see a call or they receive a call from the Electoral Commission, there will be no enforcement of that injunction. And that's as the police officer, he does not work for the Electoral Commission, and that is a security issue. And you can hear that.
I will do that. And in the interim, what do we do?
In the interim,
yes,
go back to the drawing board and talk to your leadership to call me.
Our leadership is here. Our leadership is here.
Otherwise, we cannot do it here.
Our leadership is here. So you should tell the EC gentleman to call either Jim Mensah or Bossman.
I've done that. That's what I was.
But he's not.
I should bring him. Whoever said I should bring him.
Why are they insisting on continuing?
And his safety is at hand, and we need to protect them. That is what I was telling you. Listen, my dear, you have the option not to be part of the whole thing. You have that option to not be part of the whole thing.
Right. So those are visuals from the Tesano Police Training Center, where we've told you what is going on. The NDC has filed an injunction application seeking to stop the declaration of the results from Nsawam Adwejuri, and we are told that that application will be heard on the 20th of December. Here in the studio, we'll be wrapping up very shortly. Ibrahim Al-Hassan, Audu Mahama, and Nana Kwesi Boeti.
Yes,
Ibrahim.
So like I was saying, when you look at the conversations, it's just like 2016. And here I'm talking about the blame game, the finger pointing, the accusations and allegations. Whenever a party loses power, these conversations are normal. It is part of the healing mechanism, right? And eventually, cool heads will prevail. The party will then have to put in place structures to diagnose the real causes of the defeat. See, aside the fact that the MPP was swimming against the 8-year tenure tide, which was always, and I insist, that it's going to be difficult. The next one we'll get to will be seeing out government after 4 years. Now, you are rest assured that after 8 years, you are leaving power. Where we've not gotten to is seeing out a particular party after 4 years. We've never been there. So chances are Ghanaians will want you to either continue the good things you are doing after 4 years, or want you to correct your wrongs after 4 years. So they still will give you the second-term mandate. But our politicians have relaxed in second terms. And if you study right from 1992, you realize that many presidents have treated their second terms as honeymoon, as retirement package. Appointees become very complacent, right? And I'm not sure that one could be better linked to what we are about to witness as in John Mahama coming in. Because it's not consecutive terms, many people will describe John Mahama's return as a first term. It doesn't mean he will do 2 terms, but of course, there's an opportunity to redeem himself, the party, and then the country. Now, aside that, the MPP mounted a campaign. The campaign messaging, and that was what Atakere didn't get. What I meant was that the campaign messaging should have tackled the economic issues frontally. Because in the end...
I thought you have been consistent on that.
Yes, tackle the economic issues frontally. But to first of all go to the digitalization, and then later come to free SHS. We sat on this platform and I said that, see, more than 5 million people per government figures.
I was linking digitalization to economy.
Of course, yes, and that should have been done forcefully.
Yes, I was linking that.
Because NDC succeeded in painting a picture as if the vice president and NPP flag bearer was running away from the economic conversation. CDD and Kodeo did pre-election survey, and that was what jumped out. That while NDC was hitting on the economy, the NPP was hitting on education. And once there's that imbalance, obviously people will agree that the NPP was running away from the economic conversation. Now, aside that, we talk about free SHS. Let us assume that all the beneficiaries of free SHS, there's actually about 3 million to 5 million of them. If they all decided to vote for NPP will have won.
But
you should ask for yourself why.
But the free senior high school affair, They were NDC people who got free senior high school.
I get that.
Ghana, we don't change like that.
But
because
we also had an association of beneficiaries of free senior high school. They actually formed an association, right? And the association was visible. You saw people kneeling down and begging parents.
When you finish.
You saw people kneeling down and begging parents that because I'm a beneficiary of it, what is election?
It's just an advert, yes.
I get that. But the point is that the NPP refused to recognize the fact that the dividend of free SHS had been used in 2020. It had been used in 2020. So 2024, there were other factors. There were other factors that were necessary and were informing the decisions of the voters. Those factors, unfortunately, did not feature prominently in the campaign messaging. See, we are here. Now we have come to the realization that at least every 8 years, government will change hands, depending on factors of the day. NDC is coming, and I'm sure that will be the next leg of our conversation. I've heard many people say that if you take concerns of the public for granted, you will witness what you witness. Yes, I agree that many people did not vote. But not voting in itself is a vote.
Yes.
Because if I showed up to vote, I would have voted against you. Yeah. Because I didn't want to vote for the alternative. I'm staying home. And once I don't vote, I voted against you. Yeah. So that was what happened. So not showing up to vote in the Ashanti region. And I disagree that people who say that the voter turnout because it was low in Ashanti region, they 65%. It was higher than national average of 60.1%. So Ashantis actually voted. Just that when they showed up to vote, they rather voted for either NDC or MPP, and the magnitude of the vote for NDC were higher, 33%. From 27% in 2020 to 33% in 2024. Regardless of the fact that people didn't vote, those who voted, 33 of them voted NDC. And that is a message. You and I were in the Ashanti region. I had said this. The Ashanti region, Kumasi had been turned into a construction site. We saw that. There were two things. It can make the people either expectant that let's vote for this party so it continues, or it can make them angry and say that you could have done this long before. Why are you now doing it? Unfortunately, the latter was what happened. Some of them felt that you could have done it much earlier. Why are you doing it now? So, Serwaa, cooler heads must prevail. We are now getting to another conversation about the transition, government giving appointments, and we heard Miracles talk about the fact that when it was raised in 2016, the NDC appointees then said the party was still in power. It will be in power until midnight of January 7th. See, Serwaa, the solution is a simple one. Let's amend the Transition Act and include in there, in black and white, appointments and things that ought not to be done during transition. So, for instance, if you are paying contractors, how much money is the threshold that we can say that if you've not paid the contractors for the 8 years and you are paying millions of Ghana cedis, leave that to the incoming administration. We can put that in the Transition Act. Talking about recruitment. Now, of course, you talked about the fact that clearance had been given, and so it's just a formality that's taking place. Let's put it there explicit in the Transition Act. That's the only solution.
Serwaa, from the beginning, I said that when you lose...
No, you've spoken already. Okay. Let Nana come in.
No, you see, Serwaa, the thing is that he who the gods wants to kill, they first make mad. That's the proverb. And that's the truth of the matter. You know, Audu is talking about the apathy in Ashanti region. The apathy in Ashanti region, they knew about it. And the people made it very clear why they were going to be apathetic. And so, you know, you would go and talk about COVID-19, for instance, when people tell you that their living conditions are bad. In fact, I heard their director of communication in the final embers of the campaign, Kwesichi, saying that when we are talking about digitalization, the NDC is talking about the price of kinky and the price of bread. You see, when you look at the important bread and butter issues with such discontent, this will happen. Now, generally in this election, and I have always said, you've heard me say, no opposition party wins election in Ghana. It is the ruling party that loses election.
from 2020, any objective member of the MPP would have known that 2028 was going to be difficult. Why?
2024.
2024. Yeah. Why? 2016 to 2020 was your best performance. Yet you lost your hold, the 1 million votes, you cut it into half. Your lead in parliament, you lost it. In fact, you needed an independent candidate to form a majority. And that is why the federal marking Supreme Court fiasco could happen. So what would have changed from 2024 to 2028 that would, and when Smasapon's poll came and we're doing the analysis, we said that common sense must tell you that in the last 4 years, and I would, Ibrahim, you are the one who said it, that what must have happened so much, how bad Madam John Mahama done, that in opposition sitting here somewhere, still people will now, people who voted for him 4 years ago will decide now to vote, against him. So even if, and people have made analysis that, the NDC didn't gain much. Yes, the NDC, in terms of real votes in the presidential, gained about 100,000, a little over 100,000 in the real values. But the fact that the MPP people didn't go and vote, and it's not only MPP people, you would also have some floating voters. In fact, there were a lot of people we spoke to who said that, look, me, I won't go and vote because why? I voted for Mahama before, I didn't see much. I voted for the MPP, it is West. So what is the point in going to vote? But the crux of all of this is that Ghanaians have shown where, what direction they want. I am convinced that because President Mahama has seen defeat before and coming back into power, he understands the dynamics of the Ghanaian voter and the expectations better. And so I expect that the NDC will do a lot better. And that discussion leads me to this question of Miracles Abaji saying that the NDC did what is happening in 2016. They appointed people in the last minute. Yes, that is why we got punished. Even after the election, our people had not woken up to the reality. And I am saying, per the statements he makes, I realize that the MPP is going to be in opposition for a long time. You see, in the midst of the introspection, I do not expect them to be talking about what the NDC did in 2016. I do not expect political equalization. You say, but the people who are being appointed are Ghanaians, so if you come and you don't want Ghanaians appointed, remove them. No, the people who are being appointed are MPP people. And so, yeah, they are. But you see, there is a difference between making political appointments to pack a certain space with your people and appointing people on the basis of merit. And so if you decide that once you have lost, you will pack the spaces, with your people, and you will pay contracts and all to balloon, the expected budget, and you will have serious budget overruns. This country is already in a bad state. So yes, by all means, build up the budget overrun. The government will explain to the people what has happened. And anybody who has been appointed who does not deserve to be there will have to lose that appointment so that the right things are done. And Ghanaians did not give two-thirds majority to the NDC for no reason. They know that President Mahama will have to right some wrongs, and he will need a strong support in parliament to do it, because some of them, they don't have to have, political and parliamentary bottlenecks. And that's why they gave that mandate. And so I am sure that the objective of the incoming president is to reset this country, and he will do it no matter the cost.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Unfortunately, I have to wrap up. Yes. Okay. Ibrahim Al-Hassan is the organizing secretary for the Parliamentary Press Corps and also the head of the political desk here at EI. know this is GH today. This Christmas, there are a couple of events lined up for you, but tomorrow is the 14th of December, and there's an event, Ghana to the Moon Festival. Joining me in the studio is the curator of it, Aisha Diori. And Charlie Dior is your friend. Are you guys?
Charlie Dior is my friend. He's going to be at the event tomorrow.
But Diori, is that your real name?
Yes, Diori is my real name.
Oh.
Dior is created.
Right. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So what is Ghana to the Moon about?
Ghana to the Moon is a way to help catapult Ghana music to the next level. It's part of a non-profit. I have an NGO called Africa Everything, and we are also versed at empowering education as well as rebuilding schools in West Africa. We've done 4 schools in Ghana, and part of our plan is also to uplift and really open people's eyes to the diaspora, African diaspora, and creatives in the diaspora specifically, which is why this, resonated with me when FIRE, which was the organization that was doing the Inspiration Weekend, came to me and said, could you help us curate a festival? So it started last year, and this is the 2nd year, and I'm excited about it because it really gives a chance to underground artists to have a chance to come up. And of course, we do have some of the of course, mainstream artists performing, but we want to make sure that we are amplifying those voices as well as women's voices. We have more women performing than any concert in Ghana ever had.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What does the show typically look like? What happens?
So the show typically starts with us showcasing some cultural experiences. We have a vendor fair where we have a curated vendor fair where vendors are going to be showcasing their work, small businesses. And then we just go on right into the music, and we have a competition called the New Moon where we're going to pick the next thing out of Ghana, and we had 100 entries out of Ghana, and now it's down to 3. So 3 are going to perform at Ghana to the Moon, and we're going to see who's going to win, and they're going to get a global signing deal as well as a billboard in New York City, New Jersey, and publishing, working with Amazon Music and all that stuff. So we want to build and create spaces for Ghanaian artists, and especially I want women. There were no women applicants that came in, but I definitely want more women to be pushed to the forefront as well.
And it's happening when?
It's happening tomorrow.
Where?
At World Trade Center.
Oh, that's just not too far from
yes.
here. Is it free to enter?
For you.
No, what about
free.
The viewers?
Yes, it's free.
Free for everybody?
It's free. Until they get to the door. Yeah.
How much do they have?
100 Ghana.
Oh, that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Okay. What are some of the activities?
We have tech activations. We have young Ghanaians that are doing things with tech, showcasing their stuff. We have artists showcasing their artwork. We have dancers. I'm really big on the dancing because I feel like dancers move Afrobeats music, move African music. So we're going to have a dancer showcase. We're going to have saxophonists, a little bit of every surprises. We have 2 awards that we're giving out. One to D Black for his work with entertainment, and when you talk about restaurants and all of that, he's part of that, as well as Ivy Prosper, who is part of the Diaspora Return. We're going to be giving her an award, and just enjoying some good music, dancing, vibing, and really cultivating and creating space, a safe space for creatives to come together and grow and build.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the performance for tomorrow.
Yes.
I see that you have a very nice lineup.
Yes.
Tell us about them. What went into choosing these people?
Okay. So you see EL. EL has been around for a while, and he's such a versatile performer. I met him actually when he was in New York, and I loved his music, and I love the fact that he's so versatile. So having him there showcasing, and he's we want to make sure that he has a nice comeback with everything that's going on. So he literally does a great show. I've been to a lot of festivals in Ghana, and there's certain artists that kind of oh my God, they're standing out. And then there's Serwaa. To make sure that we have a woman headliner as well. It's, EL, Serwaa, and then Kofi Jamar, who is our Ghana to the Moon ambassador. So no matter where we go, we're going to take Kofi Jamar with us because he saw the vision from the start last year. And he brings that energy, that Kumerican energy. And we have Ghanaians from different parts of Ghanaian regions that are performing. We have Alapta One, she's from the northern region. Of course, Kofi Jamar is from Ashanti region, and so on and so forth. And then we have Dedaba, we have Vienna Nagasi, and a slew, Yvette Stunner. We have a slew of women, and we have a female DJ as well. So we're going to make sure that we show them that it's time for us to make sure we men are as in the forefront as men are when it comes to the music business.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to say finally before you go?
We would love to see you there.
I I will be there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Diori. You do a lot of things. You're a comedian too?
And an MC. My name is Glitterati. My MC name is Glitterati. I do comedy as well as, I have our own organization where we help, foster growth. So yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay then. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Right. Aisha Diori is Executive Director for Africa Everything, event curator, MC, and cultural commentator. Okay, before we have our next guest, let me do a few birthday wishes. Happy birthday to gospel sensation Portia K. Joined by Chanel Boateng, right? She's the founder of Camel Group Global. What do you do?
I am a creative, an influencer creative, and I have a social media management agency, Camel Group Global.
Oh, I see. How's that going?
It's great. It's been, I established it in 2016 in the UK, managing Black British talent. We partner with brands globally, such as mainstream brands like Dove, Google, Sky, etc. And back in Ghana now, because obviously I'm from here originally, just to bring that initiative over to Ghana, connecting creatives from the diaspora, specifically the UK, and of course in Ghana as well.
Right. So you have a networking branch coming up.
I do.
Tell us about it.
So it's more of it was a conference.
Okay.
It still is networking, uniting, supporting each other, and the whole reason for the initiative is really to kind of a lot of the UK diasporan influencers who do come around at least in December period to have a kind of a space to unite and collaborate and support. So it will have just one strong panel called Powering the Pivot. And the whole point of that is really a lot of creators are pivoting into various different areas in their careers, especially as social media stars. And it's kind of encouraging them to give back to their homeland by utilizing their own platforms and their followings, etc.
So when is it happening?
So Friday the 27th of December, and it's hosted by Israel Laye, who I'm sure you know is an absolute legend. Yes. And we are going to be met by some amazing panelists, which we will be sharing that announcement on our social media over the next coming week. Yes.
Okay, so 27th of December.
That's correct. Where? At Villa Monticello Boutique Hotel, which is beautiful. I think it's just been recently refurbished as well, and it's so influencer-esque with the decor and stuff, and it's obviously got the nice facilities and stuff, and I'm sure our guests and panelists will have a great time. Yeah.
How long have you been around?
So as in Ghana?
Yes.
I mean, I come back and forth like every 3 months.
Oh, really?
And I stay for quite a bit. But I'm UK based and setting up, a Ghana base, because as originally a creative, it's just really important to utilize the platform that I've built over the past 15 years as a YouTuber, Instagram, etc., and bring that back home. and connect with creatives here who are also doing phenomenal work. I think there's something that we can all learn from each other.
I see. All the best. Because
Thank
of
you.
time, we are pressed for time, so please forgive me. But we're definitely going to bring you back here, I'm sure, before the event.
I would love to come back.
You'd
Thank
love
you.
to come back. Okay, but before we go, any final words?
Yes, so our event is on Friday the 27th of December.
By the way, I didn't ask if it was free.
Yes, it is a free event. It's our first year.
Okay.
So we just want to welcome everyone, and the whole point of the conference is hopefully this could be annual, and inviting brands, other influencers, creatives alike, business people who invest into Ghana, etc. And just the diaspora, a lot of people will be here at that time. So please do follow us on Camel Group Global, our Instagram account, so you can get the updates.
Okay, thank you so much. Chanel Boateng, founder of Camel Group Global. Please make sure that you attend the event on the 27th of December. It is absolutely free, so you don't have a reason to not attend it. Is it open to everyone, though?
It is. Yeah, it is. There's a registration link, so you do have
but
to.
But it's not limited to certain specific people.
No, not
at all.
But I can imagine creatives and stuff will be more interested in coming to such event.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Chanel.
you.
All right, let me do a few more birthday wishes. Actually, don't go. I'd like to do it with you. So you take one. You take one there.
Okay.
Read that for me. Yes, and then can we have the wish? Okay. You're welcome back to the show. This is GH Today. I am Serwaa Amihere. So I'm seeing some people in the studio, and I was wondering what they come to talk about. And AMC, so now the law school that wants to celebrate Christmas is going about granting interviews. You guys are strange. Anyway, you're welcome to my show. Right. Bright Tete JC is former president of the Ghana School of Law Christian Fellowship, and Godwin Eliagbana is president of the Ghana School of Law Christian Fellowship. You're both welcome. What is the essence of Christmas, by the way, of which you are doing all these interviews? Tell me.
All right, thank you very much, Serwaa.
Yes.
The Christmas season marks the birth of the world's Savior, and it also helps to restore the glory that man has lost, as illustrated in Isaiah the chapter 1, the verse 1, and Isaiah the chapters 9 to 6. So clearly, it's a season where Christians all over the world celebrate the birth of the Lord Jesus Christ, and it's same at the law school as well.
I see. Are you a pastor?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Okay, yeah, but are you also a pastor?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Right. So over the years, I'm sure that you've monitored, how has the celebration of, Christmas and even the carol service been like on campus?
All right, it's been very glorious, and last year's was very amazing. We had the justices of the Superior Courts in attendance, and we also extended invitations to other faculties of law, and so we had them also join us for the celebration, and it was one that was very memorable. So It's always been very great.
Okay, so this year, what guests are you expecting, Ellie?
Okay, so this year we are expecting the CJ herself.
Okay.
She'll be there to grace the occasion. We're also expecting some other Supreme Court justices and Court of Appeal justices, and we also are expecting the Secretary of the Bank of Ghana. In fact, the MP that was just here some few minutes ago, Honorable Sam George,
will be there.
Would be there as well.
Okay.
We are also expecting to have GHOne himself and some other very wonderful and blessed people. Our mother, Dr. Christine Dotete, will be there to give us a message, and then I'm expecting you as well. Yes, I'm expecting you as well. Yeah.
I'll try and come. Is there any special message that you have for viewers? Is it open to everybody? Since you're bringing some George and GHOne, can non-law students come? Right?
Well, we would have loved to have them join us, but we believe because it's a program just restricted to the law school,
right?
So we would want to rather extend invitation to other students of the law faculties in Accra, who we think if it's possible for them to join us, we would really appreciate their presence with us. So to them, it's open and they can attend.
All right, GHOne, Ellie, sorry, before we go, what should students expect coming for this year's carol service?
Really going to be a glorious one. It's not just carols night, it's also Thanksgiving. So you should just know that we are just come there and just worship the Lord. And in as much as the item 13, we know that item 13 is a key part in our...
It's very important.
If you don't have item 13, you better forget it. So item 13 is heavily assured. And the CJ and the other people are expecting to see us. So together, we can make Christ a very wonderful one. So please, do well to join us. And if we also have the opportunity to recognize some few companies that are on board to help us.
That's fine. Please go ahead.
So Vortic is coming on board. They are here to give us some good, wonderful stuffs. Guinness Ghana is also on board. And then we have our media partners, GHOne, of course. Guinness Ghana, in quote, Guinness Ghana. They don't have that. Yeah, Guinness Ghana. So GHOne, we have multimedia, we have GBC, we have TV3, and then Daily Graphic. These are all the media partners we have, just to make the show, just to make our program and this celebration a mega one.
Okay,
So
but you are a lawyer. He's a law student. How did you do it?
Okay.
How did you go through law school?
Well, first of all,
That's just by the way.
I would attribute my success to the Lord's grace that's abound towards me when I was in law school. And then again, I would say I equally put in my efforts. I didn't skip any of the lectures. He can attest to that. Although it was quite challenging combining that with the Christian leadership position.
Yeah.
But I gave myself very well to studies, and this is how far the Lord has brought me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ellie, how are you coping?
It's a lot of work. Sometimes I was like, Senior, you've done well, because you have to, the campuses, you have to run here and run there, get fellowship done, get activities done, but it's so far so good. And we are believing God that gracefully, as He has seen them through, would also be there next year, and put on that wonderful wig and gown and make a lot of noise. That one. Yeah, we make a lot of
Anyway, shout outs to the SRC president, by the way.
Yes, by the way, please, pardon us. All the SRC.
You see, I'm reminding you.
Big Sam, my very good brother, the SRC secretary, all of them, we say, I echo to you. In fact, school management, we can't leave here without mentioning and recognizing you. They are dear mother, yours truly, the registrar, we appreciate you. The director, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Every other person, we appreciate you.
Okay,
I hope not to forget.
Right. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes.
Please.
I think he skipped the live patron, His Lordship, Justice George Ampiaboni.
Right.
We want to say a very big thanks to him. He's been very supportive.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming on the show.
You're most welcome.
Bright Tete JC Esquire is a former president of the Ghana School of Law Christian Fellowship, and GHOne Ellie Agbana is president of the Ghana School of Law Christian Fellowship. Thank you so much for coming on the show. That's it For the morning show, I told you I was going to be with you till 11. However, our special election coverage continues because we promised you that we're going to be with you until the last ballot is counted. And yes, all the ballots have been counted, but coalition is still ongoing and there's still a bit of chaos and uncertainty here and there. But trust your election hub to bring you every detail of that. And my colleague and my boss, Nade Tete, takes over from me now. She'll join you shortly.